We want to welcome everybody. I'm Jerry Eister. I'll be your moderator for today to help with the program. And I see we're bringing everybody in from the breakout rooms. I see lots of faces here. Welcome all. This has been a program that has been in the works for probably several years. In fact, trying to create this program put on by the Commission on Archives and History and the annual conference with a lot of support from Lisa Isom, our communications director. Lisa gets great kudos for all the hard work she did to actually get the word out and help bring you all here, and we really appreciate that. The Commission on Archives and History has been doing a program for several years on telling our story. In 2016, we told the stories of 25 leaders of our Methodism in the New York area with both flyers and 10 people we did short videos on. Last year, we did a video on Jesse Lee and opening up New England. And now we're doing a workshop on storytelling to help everybody in terms of not just the folks who are participants here today, but we have folks who are watching on YouTube who are not participants, they're just watching. And we are also have the opportunity, this is being recorded, to view this later. So this will be a resource that can be used at future times if in your churches or adult education or whatever the program, if you like what you see, it is available. Both Sheila and Donald have been very gracious in allowing us to copy and use at a later time. So since this is being sponsored by the New York Annual Conference, let me read a passage from Scripture, actually two passages from Matthew 13, verses 1 through 3 from the Message. At about that same time, Jesus left the house and sat on the beach. In no time at all, a crowd gathered along the shoreline, forcing him to get into a boat. Using the boat as a pulpit, he addressed his congregation, telling stories. In Matthew 13, verse 34, all Jesus did that day was tell stories, a long storytelling afternoon. I want to dedicate today's storytelling workshop to the memory of Reverend Richard Rice, who passed away recently. He had been the Dean of Storytellers within the New York Annual Conference 20 to 40 years ago. I found out this summer that he was the father of Reverend Martha Epstein. She was kind enough to introduce me to him, and I had a lovely conversation talking about this program and what we were planning. And he told me about the heyday of storytelling in the New York Annual Conference. And he was not alone. There were other storytellers at the time. But it was clear from what I understand, he was the best. I had heard about those folks, but had never been able to track them down as to who they were and what the story was as to what happened to them. Then I was able to talk to Reverend Rice. It was a case where they told stories. They told stories, and a different kind of stories, because not all storytellers tell the same kind of story. Some are biblical storytellers, as was Reverend Rice, and some were telling personal stories, as we will hear some today, particularly from Bishop Bickerton. As we work to bind wounds and raise consciousness and share experience across and among all members of our annual conference, let us use stories as a means of building those bridges and binding us together. Join me in prayer. May God be with us today and always as we learn about the power of story and how to use storytelling to awaken, to enlighten, and to heal. Amen. So today we're going to talk about why tell stories. We will explore the power of story and why we tell them. For a good story is relatable, memorable, speaks to the heart and not just to the mind. It carries a message beyond the words that are spoken and bypasses the defenses of listeners so that they can hear a difficult message. Today we have two of the best storytellers in the nation. Donald Davis is himself a former United Methodist pastor from North Carolina and is perhaps the dean of American storytellers. When I mentioned to some of my storyteller friends that we had managed to get Donald as part of our program, their mouths dropped, their eyes widened, and said, "How did you do that?" And I just smiled and was very happy that we are managed to have Donald with us. We also have Sheila Arnold, who is a masterful storyteller, bringing to life historical characters with a realism and intensity that leaves her audiences convinced that they have traveled back in time to meet their heroines of the past. She tells other kinds of stories too, and she does it with an enthusiasm and an energy that is just her own, and you'll experience that yourselves. Now, on the conference website, there were more detailed information about both of our leaders and samples of their storytelling. So I won't go further here, but just introduce our first storyteller. And we figured that we would kick off the day by letting you hear what a good storyteller has to offer. So Donald Davis will be our first storyteller. Donald? You're mute. Donald, you're muted.
Okay, am I there now?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. Okay. So my first task with you is to choose out of several hundred stories, a single story to tell you so that you get to meet me and understand what I do as a storyteller. The story I want to tell you is true. It comes from my family. It's about my father, a man who was born far back in the North Carolina mountains in the year 1901. If I were not in church today, I would say that the theme of this story is our need to learn not to let our obsession with perfection spoil our appreciation of what is merely good. But since we are in church today, maybe we need a text. The text might be loving our neighbors as ourselves. It might be a text about treating other people the same way we would like to be treated. It might be a text about how those who are not ill have no need for a physician and our learning to be physicians to each other. I'll let you decide. So here we go. My father loved his job. He was the loan department in the little tiny county seat bank in the town where we lived in the mountains of North Carolina. After growing up on a homesteading farm, he now worked at the bank in town. He loved people, he loved numbers, he loved personalities, and he loved his work at the bank. He saw his work in the loan department as a work at helping people who were always in need. The other thing he really loved was his church, especially the music. He would not sing in the choir because if you sang in the choir, you had to sing the songs that old Miss Martin, the choir director, picked out. But instead of that, he was the volunteer song leader for the Sunday school opening assembly every Sunday morning. And when my little brother and I would get up on Sunday morning, and along with our mom would be getting ready to go to Sunday school and church, we would hear our daddy trying out songs for Sunday school that morning. He would be singing, "Blessed Assurance, Jesus is mine," or "Oh, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me." But his favorite song that I think we sang more often than any other was a song that was so old it was not in the Methodist hymnal. The old people knew it though. It went like this: "Tempted and tried, we're oft made to wonder why it should be thus all the day long, while there are others living about us, never molested, though in the wrong." And then the chorus: "Farther along, we'll know all about it. Farther along, we'll understand why. Cheer up, my brother, live in the sunshine. We'll understand it all by and by." It was 1953. I was in the 3rd grade. One evening, we sat down at our supper table to have supper together as a family. As we began to eat, my dad said to my mother, he said, "Lucille, you will not believe what happened at the bank today." And my mother said, "Are you going to tell me?" My dad said, "Just hang on." He said, "This afternoon up there at the bank, Clarence Shelton came in the bank and he wanted to borrow the money to buy a new Buick." Now, the town I grew up in was a tiny little town. Everybody knew everybody in town. And even as an 8-year-old, I knew who Clarence Shelton was. Clarence Shelton was a black man. He was the orderly at the little county hospital in our town. My daddy's story went on. He said, "See, here's what happened. Clarence came in. At that time, First National Bank had never loaned money to an African-American person. Clarence came in the bank and he had in his hands enough cash money to outright buy the Buick. It was about $2,000. But here's what he wanted to do. He wanted to give Yule Taylor, the Buick dealer, 3/4 of that money. And then he wanted to give me $500 in cash to hold and loan him $500 so he could build a credit record, and I would already have the money in hand to pay the loan back." My mama said, "Well, Joe, you'd never done anything like that before. What did you do?" My daddy said, "It was a good loan. I loaned him the money." And that was the beginning of a 35-year relationship between two men who were born in black and white as they began to learn how to live in a world of color. Every other year, Clarence would come in the bank and borrow enough money to trade the 2-year-old Buick for a brand new Buick. Yule Taylor told my daddy that he always had a long list of people waiting to buy Clarence's 2-year-old Buick when he traded it in. See, it was never driven except to take his wife to church on Sunday. It was washed and polished every Saturday. And my dad said he changed the oil in the Buick once a month, whether it needed it or not. Everybody wanted to buy Clarence's 2-year-old traded-in Buicks. Well, time went along, and this was sort of an every 2-year relationship. And then one day, on about the third go-round, Clarence came in to borrow the money to buy the new Buick. The loan was made, and as Clarence started to leave the bank, my dad heard another voice. It was very clearly the voice of Dr. N.F. Lancaster, who also happened to be our family doctor. Dr. Lancaster was from the Midwest. He was a tiny little man, and he had a very high-pitched and fine, identifiable little voice. And my dad thought he heard Dr. Lancaster say to Clarence, "Oh, Clarence, that sure is another pretty Buick." And my dad turned around, and Dr. Lancaster was not there. He said to Clarence, "Clarence, I thought I heard Dr. Lancaster just then. Was he in the bank?" And all of a sudden, Clarence looked at my daddy, and in a perfect imitation of Dr. Lancaster's voice, he said again, "Why, Joe, did you just loan Clarence enough money to buy another Buick? It sure is a nice one." And my daddy became the first person who didn't work behind doors at the hospital to learn that Clarence Shelton was an absolute perfect mimic. My dad looked at him and said, "Well, Clarence, what were you doing by doing that just then?" Well, let me back up for a moment. My dad was in the Lions Club. He loved the Lions Club. He loved their special project working to help blind people. When he died, he had more than 50 years perfect attendance in the Lions Club, and he was a Melvin Jones Fellow at the time of his death. But remember, it was the 1950s. And in the 1950s, every year, the Lions Club's big fundraising program, this is the hard part of the story. Their big fundraising program was the Lions Club's minstrel show. When, yes, the white members of the Lions Club would dress up and black their faces and come dancing out on the stage, pretending to be people they were never born to be. Now, the strange thing about the minstrel show in that little tiny town was everybody came to the show. White people and black people all came to the show. My dad said we sold tickets to everybody. And the Lions were always amazed that the members of the black community laughed harder than anybody else. They just didn't understand that the black members of the community were buying tickets to watch a bunch of old white men make fools of themselves. But on that day, when Clarence imitated Dr. Lancaster, and my dad said, "Clarence, what were you doing just then?" Clarence looked straight at my daddy and said, "I was auditioning for the minstrel show." And then he explained to my dad what he had in mind. Clarence wanted the Lions to dress him up and put a wig on him and black his face and sneak him into the minstrel show along with the white members of the Lions Club. And then he was going to do a little program in the middle called Life at the Hospital. My dad said, "Clarence, how are we going to explain who you are?" And Clarence says, "Oh, no. I'm going to be the special guest from out of town. Nobody will know till it's all over. And I'm here to tell you that I have photographs at home to prove that they did it." Clarence was a very fair-skinned, very freckled, very bald man. So as soon as they blacked him all up and put the wig on him, he totally disappeared into the middle of that line at the minstrel show. They came out on the stage dancing, singing, "California, Here I Come." A few acts went along, and then the special guest came out to perform a special routine called Life at the Hospital. if you had closed your eyes in that moment, you would have sworn there were 5 people on the stage. First of all, a table was carried out, and Clarence climbed on the table and stretched out like he was on the bed in the operating room at the hospital. And he began to speak up in the voice of Coach Weatherby, the high school principal, who had come to the hospital to have surgery. All of a sudden, the voice of my Aunt Kathleen, who was a nurse in that hospital, my Aunt Kathleen's voice walked in onto the stage, and there she was talking to Coach Weatherby. And then in came one of the new orderlies who was getting Coach all ready and prepped for his surgery. And then in came Dr. Dickerson and Dr. Lancaster. They were going to perform the operation. And in came Dr. Hammett, who was going to be the anesthesiologist. My goodness, the whole place was rolling in peals of laughter. We were hearing the actual precise voices of people everybody knew. And then all of a sudden, we heard Dr. Dickerson, the surgeon, come over, and we heard him poke around at Coach Weatherby. Their voices were going back and forth. I just closed my eyes and I could see it in my mind. And all of a sudden, Dr. Dickerson said to Coach Weatherby, "Coach, you're going to have to go to Asheville to get this surgery done." See, it was for hemorrhoids. And the surgeon said, "Because I'm not certified in brain surgery." And the whole place totally fell apart. And when the show was all over, out came Clarence, who pulled off the wig and wiped off his face and took a big bow, and everyone knew who it was. Folks, that was the last minstrel show. They never again tried that. No one ever wanted to do it again. Not long after that, Clarence Shelton became the first Black member of the Lions Club. One day, another man came into the bank. His name was Arthur Chapman. He was a Black man. He wanted to borrow the money to open a little restaurant down on Pigeon Street where he lived. My daddy said, "Arthur, stay right here just a minute. I got to go check on the paperwork." And my dad went around to the other side of the bank. He got the telephone and he called Clarence at the hospital. He said, "Clarence, this is Joe Davis at the bank. Arthur Chapman is here. He wants to borrow the money to open a little restaurant down on Pigeon Street. What should I do? What should I do?" And Clarence said to my daddy, "He's a good man. You can loan him the money. He will pay back every penny of it." And my dad came back around and said, "Arthur, good news. All the paperwork matches up. Here's the money." A few days later, another man came in. His name was Bertie Cox. He was a Black man. He wanted to borrow money. My dad said, "Bertie, stay right here a minute. Let me go around and check on the paperwork." He went around to the other side of the bank. He called the hospital. He got Clarence on the phone. He said, "Clarence, Bertie Cox is in here. He wants to borrow some money too. What should I do?" Clarence said, "He is no good. Don't lend him a penny. It's a bad loan. You'll never see a bit of it." And my dad came back around and said, "Well, Bertie, I'm sorry, but the paperwork just doesn't match up. I just can't loan you the money." And what nobody else in our whole county knew was that Clarence Shelton had become the one-man clearinghouse for a whole growing body of work that was being done between First National Bank and the African American community. One day, Clarence came in to buy the new Buick, and my dad said, "Clarence, since we're doing so much business together now, and since you're a member of the Lions Club, it's time for you to stop calling me Mr. Davis. It's time for you to call me Joe." And Clarence looked at my dad and he said, "Well, I can't go quite that far, but I can call you Mr. Joe. How about that?" And my dad said, "That'll be okay if it's okay for me to call you Mr. Clarence." And for the rest of their lives, they were Mr. Joe and Mr. Clarence to each other, no matter where they were or what they were doing. For Clarence, Mr. Clarence, my mother became Miss Lucille. And for Clarence's wife, to my mother and dad, Clarence's wife became Ms. Clarence. And that's the way they knew one another for then on. Well, by now more than 10 years had passed, and I was finishing high school and going off to college, and my goal was to get away from home, so I was forgetting about things that happened there. But I was back home for the first time that freshman year for Christmas for 2 long weeks. And one of those nights when I was home was a Thursday night. My mother loved Thursday nights. Thursday was Lions Club night. And on Thursday nights, she didn't have to cook for my daddy. No, he went off to eat at the Lions Club. And on Thursday night, my mother and my little brother and I got to explore international cuisine, La Choy and Chef Boyardee. Well, that first night came along, and I knew my dad was going to Lions Club because, like I said, he ended up with over 50 years of perfect attendance. And sort of 5:30 began to come, and I said, Daddy, aren't you going to Lions Club? He said, oh, sure, I'm going, but Mr. Clarence is coming to pick me up. And in no time at all, up the hill of our driveway, here came a new red and black Buick. My dad went out and got in the car with his buddy, and they went off together to Lions Club. When they got home after that, Clarence came inside with my dad to speak to my mother, Miss Lucille. She said, Mr. Clarence, did you and Mr. Joe have a good time at Lions Club? He said, well, we sure did. Is it okay with you if Mr. Joe and I go riding on Sunday afternoon? My daddy loved to go riding in the car, and my mother hated it because my dad's goal was simply to explore every road in Haywood County. My mother said, sure it is. I know you both like to go riding. And that Sunday after church, in a little while, here came the red and black Buick. My dad went out and got in the car. And those 2 old men took off together to go ride all over Haywood County to try to tend to everybody's business and see what was going on everywhere. Time rolled along. They never missed going to a Lions Club together. And probably at least 2 Sunday afternoons a month, they went out to ride together, much to my mother's great pleasure. They sold light bulbs together for the Lions Club. They sold brooms together for the Lions Club. And the 2 of them went to houses all over every side of town. I grew up. I didn't mean to, it just happens. And when my dad turned 90, he had a medium stroke. It didn't affect his speech, it didn't affect his mental capacity, but it affected his physical operations. His left side simply went out of order totally. He couldn't walk, he couldn't get himself up and down, he couldn't get in and out of bed. It was a strange thing though. If he was at home with my mother, he was so helpless, he couldn't get a drink of water unless she brought it to him where he was sitting in his chair watching television. But if she left the room and she couldn't see him, somehow he could get himself to the neighbor's house and out of her sight before she knew what was going on. Well, when that stroke happened, there was no more going to the Lions Club. My mother couldn't take him. Nobody could handle him. He was just becoming totally invalid. About a month after the stroke happened, the telephone rang one day, and my mother answered the telephone, and the voice said, Miss Lucille, this is Clarence Shelton. My mother says, I know who it is, Mr. Clarence. And he said, I know about Mr. Joe having the stroke. We've been missing him badly at the Lions Club, and I miss terribly going to ride with him. My mother said, I'm having a hard time with him. She said, I can't leave him. I can't go to the grocery store. I have to get some of the neighbors to go to the grocery store for him. I haven't been able to go to the beauty parlor for over a month. If I had to go to the doctor's office, I don't know what I'd do. And Mr. Clarence said, well, Miss Lucille, that's why I'm calling. You know, I was the orderly at the hospital for 42 years. From the time I got out of the Army till I finally decided it was time to retire. And so I wonder if it'd be okay with you if I just came over to spend the afternoon with Mr. Joe, and you could go anywhere you wanted to go and stay as long as you wanted to stay. And my mom said, Mr. Clarence, that will be absolutely wonderful of you to do that. I believe I'll make an appointment at the beauty parlor. And it was on Thursday afternoon because that was my mother's preferred beauty parlor day. Time to get her hair fixed to let it relax before Sunday. When the latest new Buick came up our driveway, and Mr. Clarence knocked on the door and came inside. And my mother later on said it was one of the finest afternoons she can remember. She went to the beauty parlor. She went by the doctor's office. She went to Josephine's dress shop and tried on dresses she had no intention of buying to start with. She went to the Tiger. She tried on shoes she wasn't going to buy. She went to the drugstore and ate ice cream. And finally, she came back home. And she said as she opened the door to go in the kitchen, she heard two sounds that were dominating the whole house. One was the sound of water splashing, and the other was the sound of two old men singing. She was almost scared to go down the hall. She went down the hallway and turned the corner, and she said water was coming out of the bathroom, rolling into the floor in the hall, like two boys were having a water fight in the bathroom. She was scared to look around the corner, but finally she did, and she looked around the corner, and there was my daddy, sitting in a bathtub almost full of bubbly water. And there was Clarence with his shirt off. Somehow he had gotten my daddy in the bathtub, and he was sitting on the floor, scrubbing my daddy with a big old brush. And they were both splashing water and singing their heads off together. Farther along, we'll know all about it. Farther along, we'll understand why. Cheer up, my brother, live in the sunshine. We'll understand it all by and by. And when my mother told me that end of the story, I kept thinking, both of those old men in 40 years had come much, much farther along.
Yeah. Well, it's almost time for me to tell a story. I'm going to let Donald put on his mask, and then I'll take off mine. We're trying to be really good about that.
We're about 10 feet apart, so we're in pretty good shape.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Can you all hear me?
Oops.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. We have way too many computers in here, so we tend to want to look at the computer and then look at you all and then look at the computer. We have way too many in here. And I have to start my story here in a way that I did not expect to do today. By and by, when the morning comes, singing all the saints of God are gathering home, and we will tell the story of how we overcome. We will understand it better by and by. I loved listening to Donald tell that story because that song means a lot to me. Farther Along, but also By and By is my favorite story. And as I was listening to Donald's story, I couldn't begin with the story I wanted without making an acknowledgement about something that's happened in my life. I have had the joy, and I hope that you will find this joy one day. I've had the joy to lately be interviewing my dad. And my father was born in 1930s. He was the youngest child. His older brother was 11. His older brother was 11 years older than him, and his sister 12 years older than him. So he was basically a spoiled single child most of the time, hanging out with adults almost all of his life. And so he went from being this country boy to being this man that eventually was a two-star general in the Army and an interim university president, and still does amazing things, very much alive and kicking. But I have been, for a long time, he's wanted to write his story. And so during this time of pandemic, I decided that we would take some time and I would start to interview him. One of his stories goes like this. When he was a college student, getting ready, had come through his first year at Hampton University, which back then was called Hampton Institute in Hampton, Virginia. He came home and he went to his father, and as I said, he was quite spoiled. He went to his father and he told his father he needed a car. They just couldn't go back to campus without a car. He needed a car. And my grandfather, his father, looked at him and said, I don't think you really need a car. But that argument didn't last long because, well, his son was in college and far away from where they lived. So a car it was to be. So my father and his father, my father Wallace, his father Winslow took Wallace over to the bank. They went into the bank. Now, I don't know what the banker looked like, but I tell you that in my head right now, he looks like Donald's father. He went in the bank and Winslow walked up with Wallace right behind him or right beside him. And they went over there and began to talk, Winslow and the banker did. Now I'm just making sure I'm looking in all the right places here. So Tim, am I looking at this? No, I'm looking at that. Okay. All right, very good. All right. Am I looking at all the right spaces? I hope so. So, very good. And so I'll look over here because I think my spotlight is supposed to be right here for the moment. Okay, very good. Bear with us as we're doing some of the thing. And where was I? Oh, yeah. So Winslow walked into the bank, walked up to the banker. The banker stood up and said, hello, Winslow, how are you? And Winslow looked at him and said, hello, Mr. Today I'm going to give him a name because I don't remember it. Mr. Davis. He said, hello, Mr. Davis, how are you? And they talked. They talked about the insurance company that my grandfather was the second vice president for, African-American bank, that he was an insurance policy man, and that he, with only a third grade education, had become second vice president. They talked about the prices for cows and hogs, because if you're down in the country, you talk about prices for cows and hogs, even if you don't necessarily have a cow or a hog anymore. They talked about cars, because in those days, talking about cars was big. They asked about each other's family. My father knew enough to know, Wallace knew enough to know that this is what men did with one another. They took time to talk first. And then my grandfather said to Mr. Davis, as we'll call him, my son here is going to the university, even though it was called the Institute. And Mr. Davis said, yes, I've heard about that. Looked at my father. This is good for you. My son needs a car. Well, all right. Go pick out what you want. And then just come back and tell me, and we'll sign the paperwork. My father never saw a bit of money go from one hand to the other. It was just a loan that was given and approved in a moment's notice. And I looked at my dad after he said that, and I said, well, why did that happen? And my dad said, those two men Winslow and Mr. Davis had grown up together. They'd known each other all their lives. And that's their friendship made it easy for Mr. Davis to give and for Winslow to be able to ask. But then I asked the question, y'all might even know because I'm in a different era. I said, but Daddy, did you not hear that? Your father called him Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis called him Winslow. My father said, yeah. He said, that wasn't even a form of respect. It was a form of protection. You see, he wasn't the only one that went to the bank. There were some in the bank that would not have appreciated a Black man being able to walk in, step up to somebody, speak words, and walk out with a loan. As a matter of fact, they'd be quite upset because maybe their credit would have to be checked, but they'd have to have somebody else speak for them. So if my grandfather had walked into that bank and not said, Mr. Davis, he could have brought harm to himself and to his son. And had Mr. Davis in that bank at that time called him Mr. Arnold, as he did when they were by themselves, then he could have brought harm to the bank. And so they walked through the rules, however much unspoken, to protect the lives of each other. It was a hard lesson for me to hear, because sometimes we think if we just abide by those old rules, well, we're changing everything. And there's a time for change. And there's a time to protect. So thank you, Donald, for that wonderful story that immediately reminded me of my own father. And a story that I wouldn't have had if I hadn't asked that question. And I could not have known you were going to do that. All right, so I'm going to tell you a story that that I have with me, and it's a story that a story that happened in 2018. I was on my way to a storytelling festival. Now, you've probably figured out that I'm a professional storyteller, so that's, going to festivals is something that us storytellers used to be in the pre-COVID side of the world. We were always traveling everywhere. And so I was traveling to a festival. It was Tejas Storytelling Festival down in Texas. I was very excited. Hadn't gone down there to that festival. I was getting packed. I was going to see some friends. And as I was packing up clothes and such like that at the last minute, I don't know how many of y'all do last minute shopping. Did any of y'all do last minute shopping in there? Now, y'all know I could see you a little bit, right? So if I could see you and I ask you to do some last minute packing, I want you to put a thumbs up. I saw Judith's thumb up there. Okay, Gwen's thumb up. All right, Mary's thumb up. Very good. Some of y'all I can't see, but I'm thinking, oh, wait, there you go. Jennifer's thumb up. I like that. All right, very good. So some of y'all understand that, why get packed early when you can pack late? Okay, so that's where I was. I was packed.
You're muted, Sheila.
Hold on. There we go. Wait a minute.
Sheila, click on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? All right, very good. I sound like a commercial, don't I? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right, so I'm packing the clothes, and I hear my son come in. The door opens and closes, and I'm just continuing to pack. And my son comes over, and he leans his tall, lanky frame against the door to my room as he's watching me pack my clothes. And I'm not paying him any mind. I mean, yes, I'm a mother and I'm concerned, all that good. But really, I'm packing clothes. So he just happens to be there. So I'm packing the clothes and he says, it's been kind of a weird day today, Mom. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And I really wasn't listening. He said, I went to go see Granddaddy today. And I said, I knew that you were on your way. Yes, I knew that. He said, yeah, I went to go see Granddaddy today. And when I got near there, I called and he wasn't at home. I was like, okay. I was packing clothes. And he said, so I decided to make a U-turn and go into a little strip mall that was there and see that new place that looks like it's a little workout place. And I said, packing clothes. And I turned around, I made a legal, a legal U-turn. I said, well, that's good, that's good. And as I was pulling close to that strip mall, a car came behind me, and all of a sudden there were lights, and there was an intercom, and someone said, pull your car over. I was surprised. It was an unmarked car, Mom. And I pulled into the strip mall, and the car followed me, and all of a sudden I was surrounded by 4 other cars. I was still packing, but I was listening a little more now. And a police officer got out, or an officer, somebody of the law got out, and they yelled at me to roll down my window, and or to put down my window, and then they yelled at me to give my ID, and I started to move my hand over to get the ID, but then he said, no, put your hands out the window, and so I put them out the window. And I was thinking, Mom, I would reach over and get my phone and turn my phone on, but I thought if I reached, well, I didn't reach. I was packing, but I wasn't thinking about packing anymore. And he told me to lean out and open the car door and to get out. And when I got out of the car and the door was closed, he turned me around to the car, and he handcuffed me, and he pulled a gun out and pointed it at me. Well, now I wasn't packing. I wasn't breathing. I mean, I knew the end of the story before it ever began, because my son was standing right in front of me, right in that doorway. I knew all was well, but at that moment, listening to his story, I was stopped. They asked me where were the drugs. And he started searching me, and somebody else started searching me and searching my pockets and pulled out. And you know me, Mom, I had just gone to the store. I had some, money that was change, and I just stuffed it in my pocket, and they pulled it out and said, where's the rest of it? And then somebody else went around the car, and a dog went around, and they opened the other side of the door, and the other door, the passenger side, they pulled down the glove compartment and pulled out the registration. And someone else took a picture of me, and this was all going on, and this guy had this gun on me the entire time. And when they pulled out the registration, they said, who is this? Who is this Sheila Arnold? They said, and I told them it was my mother, and they just said, as if they didn't believe me. I was just staring at him now, taking him all in, right there in front of me. Well, eventually, one of the guys who took a picture came back and said, it's not him. And the other officers left. When they all had finally left, this guy with the gun finally put the gun away, unhandcuffed me. I turned around, and he looked at me and said, you do understand why we had to stop you, right? And Mom, I probably shouldn't say this, and my heart stopped. My son spoke. My son, who I had taught, we'd had the talk, as people say, about how you just say yes, sir, and no, sir, and that you comply and you don't add anything to this and you don't cause provocation and you keep your hands in full sight, that we'd had this. And he said to me, I shouldn't have said this. Mama, I'm certain I probably shouldn't have said anything, but I just looked at him and I said, yeah, I know why you stopped me. One black guy, 5 white officers. I know. And the officer got mad and he said, why do you all people always say that all the time? And I know I shouldn't have said it. But I looked at him and he kept talking, the police officer did, about how the guy they were looking for was dangerous. And I looked at him and I said, Mom, I just looked at him and said, what? Are you going to stop every guy, every black guy in a car? The officer got mad, Mom, and he kind of came up to me, but then he turned his eyes towards the strip mall. I looked too. And in that one place I was going to go into, that place for workout, there was someone in there that was holding their phone up and filming. I think that's why I'm here, Mom. I looked at my son. I got up, keeping a little distance between us, and I just looked at him. He looked back at me and he said, I probably shouldn't have said that to him. And I got a little closer to my son and I chucked him on his shoulder like I do sometimes. And I said, well, maybe there won't be a next time. And he looked at me with that little, not really a smile, and said, you know there'll be a next time. And I did. What I wanted to do at that moment was take my son and hold him. The other one thing I wanted to do was to sit and cry. All the fear I had in my heart and in my soul, I just wanted to cry. But just like my grandfather and my grandfather had rules that he had that were unspoken that he followed, there are some unspoken rules for me with my son. One of them is I am his mother. I am his safe place. And if I break down and cry, if I break down and fall apart, he won't come to me. He won't tell me the hard stuff. He won't have that safe space. Because if what he says makes me sad, he won't talk to me. And I need him to have a place he can come so he can share his fear. So I didn't cry. And after a little bit, he said, well, I suppose I better go. And I said, okay, see you when I get back. And he walked out the door, made sure he was in the car. And with every fiber in my bones, I wanted to call him back in. And as soon as his headlights were out of sight, I did cry, hard and long. The next day I got on a plane and I was still shaking. I was still raw from the night before. I know it may seem strange that, my son is living. He's right in front of me, and that I would feel raw. I would feel the loss of him, even though he was there. I know that may sound strange, but it is where I was, because it could have been me. That was one of them, that club of mothers that have a horrible club of children that are killed. And so I was still raw. I got to Denton, Texas, where we were meeting, and I was exhausted. I was tired. And as I was going up to my room, I saw some of my friends, and they said, "Come down and join us for dinner." And I was like, well, because I didn't want to talk about this. And I'm a storyteller. I talk about everything, but I didn't want to talk about this. I wanted this to stay inside of me so I could fix it or work it out. I didn't want this to come out. But I was starving, so I put everything in my room, and then I went on downstairs, hoping most people had gone. They hadn't. They're storytellers too. And so I sat down and I was quiet. Now, Donald knows me well, and Lisa Isom on here knows me well. So does Jerry Easter. But other of you may not know me. You will later on. But you got to know, when Sheila arrives at the table and she's quiet, that is not normal. And there I was, quiet at the table, trying to play it off like everything was okay. Then my friend Adam Booth, a wonderful storyteller, he said to me, "Sheila, the other day I remembered something. I went out jogging and I put on my hoodie, and I remembered the story about how your son, how you told me that after the death of, whose name I have completely forgotten, goodness gracious, after the death of the young man who was wearing a hoodie, after his death, that your son, was told that by you that he should not wear a hoodie. Thank you, Trayvon Martin. Thank you. Should not wear a hoodie running in his grandfather's neighborhood." And he said, "I remembered that as I put on my hoodie, Sheila, and it made me sad and realize how that's wrong, that someone shouldn't be able to do it." And I crumbled. And I told them the story about my son, tears streaming down my eyes. And they listened well. I was the only African American in that group. And they listened with great and open hearts. And then Elizabeth Ellis, who in the storytelling queen in the world is one of our queens, she looked at me, turned my face to look at her, and said, "You must tell this story. You must make us witnesses to this." And she said, I have determined that I will be a witness. If I see a young Black man in a car that's outside of a car and a police officer is behind him, I pull over my car, I take out my phone, and I film. I am a witness. And your story, Sheila, is a witness. Some of us will not live to see something like that. But if we hear your story, we can walk with you through that. And you need to call people out to be witnesses, to use what they can in whatever situation they're in. And so, I've shared with you my story. And I ask that you become witnesses that you use what you can when you can to speak out, to film, to stand up for, and to listen to the stories of those who need to be heard. And I will tell you, I am happy that my story ends with my son very much alive and probably protected by a witness. And I'm glad that my son is not a statistic yet. Thank you so much for letting me tell today.
Thank you, Sheila. We are now taking a break until 11:15. Walter, our tech guy, is going to put you back into your breakout rooms so you can chat among yourselves. And then at 11:15, we'll rejoin in the plenary session, and Bishop Bickerton will be joining us to talk about the power of story and how he uses it in his presentations and preaching. So thank you all.
Okay, very good. I know we needed a pause track.
We need to turn this off if we're gonna, oh, have they turned us off? No. It looks like it's still on.
Everyone's coming back from our breakout sessions. We have a new person joining us, Bishop Thomas Bickerton. So we want to welcome the bishop.
Hi, Jerry.
We're getting people back from our breakout rooms. We're just ending a break here, so everyone will be joining shortly. We just had our initial stories from our storytellers, and I would say, using a baseball analogy, they both knocked the ball out of the park. So we appreciate it. Need to wait for a few more people to join us. So I just want to point out to everybody, if you haven't noticed, maybe you don't see quite the screen that I see, but we have managed to get a very good cross-section of the New York Annual Conference attending this program. All the districts are represented by a reasonably healthy number. We have male, female, we have different groups represented. We have 2 times the women than we have men, but I guess that's representative of probably the New York Annual Conference distribution anyway. So we have a very good turnout today and a great group of participants. So this next session is what we call a plenary session, in that it involves everybody, and then later on, our workshops will involve everybody too. But today we have Bishop Bickerton, and I have always contended that the bishop is as good a storyteller as anybody, probably the best storyteller, at least in the New York Annual Conference. And we've all heard him preach, and we've all heard him do presentations. We know about his growing up in West Virginia. We know about his father taking him to annual conference, and how his family means so much, and the stories of his family he shares with us and uses to help drive home a message. So part of this session, I've asked the bishop to share with us what he sees as the power of story. Why does he use stories in his preaching? What does it add, and what does it bring to his ability to communicate? So with that small request, Bishop, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Good morning, everybody, and good to see you. Appreciate the invitation to be a part of this workshop today. I've been looking forward to it for some time. I really value the opportunity to talk about storytelling for a little while this morning. And I really think that at the heart of why story is so important to me is that I've always been a person that focused very much on biblical preaching. And the Bible is the story of God's people, whether it's the Old Testament journey of God's people from Egypt into the Promised Land, and how they could never get it right, and how their wilderness wanderings were well documented in the story of the Israelite people, or the parables and stories of Jesus, which were intended to give illustrative means for people to understand what the true essence of the gospel was all about. I guess the way that I would begin today would be to tell a story. And for many of you on the call, I'm sure you've heard this story before, because it is, in effect, my favorite story, and it's a personal one. And that's one of the things about storytelling that I think is really important. It can be autobiographical, or it can be fictional. It can be fable, or it can be fact. The power story transcends all of that. Many of my stories are autobiographical in nature, and in many respects, it's that way because I have lived my life in ministry every single day looking for a story. I'm aggressively searching for the next story in the midst of real life. This story is a real life story, and many of you have heard this one. When I was a pastor back in West Virginia, I was asked to give a presentation at one of our United Methodist camps. And I was looking forward to that. They'd given me a designated time where I was to make my presentation. I drove about an hour and a half from my appointment to our United Methodist camp. And when I arrived, I found out that I had been bumped into a different time slot later on in the day. No one had informed me of that. But when I got there, they said, you're going to be later than what we had anticipated. Frankly, it bothered me because I had another meeting that evening in another part of the conference. But I stayed around and I gave my presentation. When I finished the presentation, I left and I wasn't in a good mood. I was in a real snit. So I called my wife on the phone. I said, I won't be home for supper tonight. I'm going directly from this presentation to the next one. I'm just going to stop at this new Wendy's restaurant in Spencer, West Virginia, to get my supper, and I'm going on to Clendenin. So I swung into this Wendy's, had just been constructed in Spencer, West Virginia. When I encountered the drive-through microphone, as many of us know, that microphone sounds like Charlie Brown's mother. Welcome to Wendy's. How may I help you? And I very curtly said, I want a chicken sandwich with lettuce, ketchup, and pickle, and a large Diet Coke. I pulled around to the window. I saw the woman there. I rolled down my window. She kind of grunted at me. I grunted back at her. I gave her my money. She gave me my change, and I went on down the highway. About 5 miles down the road, my nostrils kicked in, and I smelled absolutely nothing. I had been in such a bad mood. I gave that woman the money. She gave me the change, and I left without my food. Now, it was at that point that I had a real decision to make. Would my ego win and I would go on to Clendenin without any supper, or would my stomach win and I would go back to Wendy's to get my food? Most of you know how much I love to eat, so it's not hard to determine what I decided. My stomach won. And so I turned back around. I drove the 5 miles back to Wendy's. I came to the drive-through window. I encountered Charlie Brown's mother again. Welcome to Wendy's. May I help you? I said, in a minute. I pulled around to the window and I saw in the window a bag, which I figured out was my chicken sandwich. So I pulled up to the window. I rolled down the window. The girl opened the door. I pointed my finger at her and I said, I'm having a very bad day. And she pointed her finger right back at me and said, so was I until you came along. You made my day today with your little accident. So we laughed and we chatted for a few minutes. I took my chicken sandwich and I went down the road. And I've told that story for years because the illustration that I use at that point is that young woman in that Wendy's store has haunted me my entire life. From that moment until today, I live with that girl every day because of her line. Did you catch what her line was? I was having a bad day until you came along. And I've thought every day for 25, 27 years since that happened, who else out there is having a bad day waiting for someone to come along to make them smile or to bring a laugh or to encourage them along the way? I've spent my whole life remembering that line. I was having a bad day until you came along. And I've thought to myself, how might I come along in someone's life today to bring them a little humor, a little joy, a little inspiration, a little blessing? That's been a great story for me. And it illustrates really what I'd like to say in this storytelling workshop. There are two fundamental principles that are at work in that story. The first is a principle that I've learned a long, long time ago in being a storyteller. And that principle, especially as a religious leader, that principle is this: when you tell a story that's autobiographical, never be the hero. Never be the hero. In that story, I was the fool. I went to a workshop. I made a presentation. I left in a bad mood. I pulled into a Wendy's. My bad mood caused me to leave without my food. I was not the hero of the story. Anytime you tell a story, especially from a pulpit, and you're a hero, it really does deflect from the real meaning that you're trying to impart. The second principle that's found in that story is that whenever I tell a story, I'm always looking for a tagline. What is the tagline from reality? What is the tagline from the fable? What is the tagline, the thing that grabs you and brings you back home? Well, the tagline in that story is really the heart of why I tell that story. I was having a bad day until you came along. And that's been the inspiration that's guided me personally as a result of that story. But it's also the teachable, preachable storytelling moment. It's the tagline that brings you back home. I was having a bad day until you came along. I'm always looking for the tagline that will associate, very much like Jesus did in his storytelling, the tagline or the key point that will surprise people and bring them back home to the real reality of what you're trying to say. And I think that's the essence of storytelling. It's the aha moment, the connection between a simple reality and a bigger meaning. And that's why storytelling is such a gift, and it's why I employ it so very much in every part of what I do.
So Bishop, I think what we had planned at this point, if you're still available, to have you and our storytellers, Sheila and Donald, to answer some questions as a panel and sort of exchange some views here across the three of you. And maybe let me ask the first question. How do you know you got a good story? What's the screen that you use to get that aha there? Because you could have driven off and never captured that little spark and used it over time. What is it? Is it training your ear for that was a good story, or that will be a good story when I tell it? How do you do this? Same question for Sheila and Donald. What is it that what skill do you hone to identify good stories?
Well, I don't mind to kick off and would love to hear the answer from the other panelists. One thing about storytelling that I think is important is that it is story. So sometimes, I mean, I've confessed that many of my stories are autobiographical in nature, or they're in what we call real time. I've got a full day ahead today. I'm going to be looking all day long for what is that, where's a place where the story can connect with reality. However, the other thing I would say is sometimes that doesn't happen. And so a good story sometimes is a manufactured story. It can be very fictional in nature. And that's one of the things about Appalachian storytelling. There is just a real art form for exaggerated fictional stories that bring the point home. And the point may just be laughter, or it may be something that's deeply ingrained. So, you're always looking for that. What is the point of connection? So for me, it goes back to the tagline. What have I experienced in this day? Where is there a line that is that aha moment? Or how can that tagline be manufactured in the midst of a moment? And it can be as simple as witnessing a sunrise, or a folly that happens. It may be an accident on the highway. It may be something that you run into. But it's always for me looking for where can that tagline or that association be found between the story that you're telling and the point that you're trying to make.
Are we on? Can you hear us, Jerry?
I think Jerry
I
is
can hear
saying.
you, Don.
Okay.
I need to unmute. Yes.
Okay.
Moving on, Sheila and Donald.
Yes.
Make his camera work.
Okay.
Donald, make your camera work.
My camera is working.
Yep, you're on.
Am I talking? Am I on?
Yep.
Okay. As far as knowing that a story is going to work, it's a consumer product. So the teller can't necessarily be the one who knows whether it's going to work. You have to try it out, which means that if you're telling a story for the very first time in a sermon on Sunday morning, that's not.
We lost you, Donald.
Am I there?
Yep, you're back.
Okay. That's a story that we need to have, at least informally, shared with a spouse or a friend or on other occasions, because we have to get that feedback, even if it's just a visual response. You know, laughter is saying back to the teller. Laughter is not saying that's funny. Laughter is saying, I see it, I get it, I see it, I get it. And so, you know, we can have a little idea for a story that we think is going to be very, very wonderful. And yet when we tell it, it can totally fall flat and go absolutely nowhere. Because the important question is not, did I say it? The important question is, are they hearing it? Are they seeing it? Are they getting it? And so it's really an important thing for us to work enough with our stories that we know how they're going to, what kind of effect they're going to have, or how they're going to go. It's like we don't want to be driving a car the very first time when we're going on an important trip. We need to have learned to drive it enough that we know how it works before we take off across the country in it. And so for me, by the time I tell a story in public, I will have, of course, told it to myself many, many, many times. And then I will have told my wife, Trish, about it. And then in a little setting when we're in the living room with some friends, I will have, you know, have tried that story out there. And the story's being polished up and brought to the places where often people listening hear things about the story that we who are telling it have not yet come to understand. And so those early tellings enable us to strengthen that story and make it stronger. For me, what works, the reason a story works is that when I'm listening to someone, I hear myself in that story. In Bishop's story about going to Wendy's, I'm seeing myself when my mother talked about one of our neighbors whom she said, oh, he doesn't go to church. He doesn't go to church. And I told the neighbor what my mother said, that he doesn't go to church. And he looked down at me and he said, son, church is not a place you go. Church is something you do. And I said, what do you do? He said, you do something so that anybody who meets you has a better day because they met you than they would have had any other way. And so, see, that's the memory that came back to me all of a sudden with the girl there at Wendy's saying, I was having a terrible day until you came along. And so it's, you know, it's turning that message over and over and over again. So, you know, a story about saving somebody's life doesn't work because who saved somebody's life? Or a story about going to the moon because who among us have gone to the moon? But a story about having a bike wreck and being rescued by a neighbor. How many of us have had a bike wreck and somebody came and picked the bike up off of us, you know, and pulled us back together again? So I'm just saying, you know, it's the honing and the polishing and the telling over and over again that brings it into the fullness of saying, my being able to say, now I have a good story.
So I suppose I'll be the end of that saying, and I'll unmute myself. I didn't realize I needed to. Can you hear me or not hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear you.
Okay. So I keep being asked to unmute, and I'm like, no, don't. So, all right. First, all of us are in the middle of a story. Thank you, Catherine Dickinson, for letting us know that the story of the election has come to a decision, and Pennsylvania results are in, and there's lots of honking, and we have a new president that will be coming aboard. Woohoo! But my goodness, doesn't that make so that we have a story in the making?
I live in PA. Yeah.
So we all have different stories.
And I'm a little distracted. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. We like the distraction. But each one of us could have this one event, the election, and every one of our stories would be very different.
Right.
About what we would tell in this event. Some of us might write about this moment right now, you know, where we were when. Or it might be that when you had your vote and it was cast. Or it might be when you remember someone who couldn't vote some time ago and where it brought to this. There's so many stories that come. And so when I think about when do you know a story is there, it's when you just have to tell somebody. You know, there's usually when you just like, you just get that push to tell somebody. Catherine had no choice. She just had to tell us right now. We need to know right now. There's a story behind all the wanting to tell right this moment. And oftentimes it's those stories that we feel in our depth that it has to be told. There's a reason, whether it's to make us laugh or to inspire us, or sometimes to make us think and to cry. Usually we have a push inside of us to tell the story. Yep, we're back to you, Jared.
I really appreciated both of your responses. And Donald, I just wanted to comment on what you said. When when my kids were small, they would oftentimes, I would do something silly, and they would like it, and they would then continue to say on the days after, "Do it again, Daddy. Do it again. Do it again, Daddy. Do it again. Do it again, Daddy. Do it again." And you know, you get tired of the repetition sometimes, but in that repetition, you are honing the act, and there is an art form to honing the story, and so it can involve a little embellishment. You know, it can have different twists and turns that emerge that you hadn't thought about before, but the art of repeating the story is very important, because it is a part of honing that story as a part of the craft. And I think that's a very important thing to say.
And isn't that what we do when we gather together oftentimes with family? If you get with your family and you have family reunion, or Thanksgiving is coming up, you want to hear certain stories again. In our family, it's like, Daddy, tell the story about when you were nasty. And he said, oh, I used to play football and they called me nasty. And I'm like, well, why did it, I don't know how many times I've heard that story and how many times, but even in our own families, those are the stories that we tell again and again and again. And we never seem to tire of them because in a family, those stories are kept close. And that's kind of a neat way to do things.
Yeah, and I appreciate what Catherine said. I mean, we are living in the midst of a story. And, I think of a title of that story, The Day the Horns Honked in Brooklyn. And that then begins the sermon, or it begins the teaching, or it begins the conversation. I remember a day when the horns started blaring in Brooklyn,
Yep.
And, you know, it wasn't a Thanksgiving Day parade. It wasn't a Halloween event. It was an election. But you've got people right at the beginning with your title, the day the horns honked in Brooklyn. And people, you've grabbed people right at the beginning. They want to know why the horns were honking. And that's the advent of the story.
And if you can hear me now, whoops. One of the things we need to remember is that I'm getting a bad echo here.
Now you're on.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. We have the biblical stories only because they were retold and retold and retold and retold and honed and honed and honed and honed before ever being written down. Think about the people of the Exodus who didn't know where they were, who didn't know where they were going, but they knew who they were lost with. And they kept telling the stories of their people over and over and over and over again. And those stories became, polished and honed and shaped until by the time we got them, they were ready to work for us. So that's just a reflection again back to the bishop on that whole living story process.
So we have Dan Levine who has a question. Dan, you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yes, I wanted to ask, what are some ways that you have learned to set the stage for the story that you're telling?
Well, I suppose I can say a little bit about that. Sometimes when I'm getting ready to tell a story, I set the stage by coming to people and just beginning to have a conversation, just kind of put people at ease, I suppose would be the first thing. Finding connections to the people I'm talking to when I first begin. It just so happened this time it was perfect. So I could say something about Donald and kind of lead that in. And then I also bring in my audience sometimes when I say, how many of you all are of that group of people that pack at the last minute, pulling people in. That's one of the ways that you do it. And then also setting people up for where and when, what time period it is. When does the story take place? The who, where, and when, kind of as close to the beginning as you can, so people kind of know where you're at. But a lot of it is bringing your audience in, which is a big part of the story, is your audience, kind of getting a chance to know them and let them know you.
Dan, it's great to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Gosh, you made my day just being able to see your face today. I mean, thanks for being on. Great to see you. Yeah, I would say as a preacher that, and Dan, you've probably heard me say this before. I'm always looking at what is the game plan. If I were to pick up a church bulletin, could I determine what the desired outcome was of that service? What's the game plan for entering into a worship experience, for example? For me, it has always been setting the stage for the story. And so how do you liturgically prepare a congregation for the story? I was in pre-COVID days. I was very funny as a bishop. I'll go to a church and folks will say, we have a room set aside for you to be quiet and for you to prepare. And I say, thank you very much, but I'm going to go out and mingle with the crowd. I'm setting the stage for the story by my relationships that I'm building before I ever get started. Children's moments, for example, was always a great way for me to set the stage for the story. So it's using every moment around you as an anticipatory moment for what you really want to achieve when you're doing it. And the purpose for preaching for me is not multiple stories unless they are all integrated together in the point that you're trying to make. The point is not to demonstrate that you're a good storyteller. The point is, how am I going to impact a sense of emotion or change as a result of the story that I've told? And so your question, I think, is very important, because setting the stage for the story, or even in the midst of, for me, in the midst of the sermon, is always the build to the aha. Oh, that's what you were trying to say. And sometimes the story is very confusing and doesn't make sense. And you're just building, you're building for the point by inserting confusion in the midst of it, because you do want that moment where all of the preparation has resulted in the desired outcome.
Can I get back on? Am I there?
Yes.
All right. Whoops. Am I there? I'm sorry, I get this terrible echo for some reason. Am I on now?
Yes.
You're
Can you hear
good.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you can hear me. Another realization that I work with also is that the story doesn't begin by telling about something that happens. And the reason for that is, if you remember the story I told earlier and the story that Sheila told earlier, did you listen to words or did you watch the story like pictures? You see, when stories work, we don't listen to them, we watch them. We watch the bishop pulling through the drive-through at Wendy's. We watch him going down the road. We're not just listening to words, we're watching pictures. And in order to do that, at the very beginning of the story, before anything happens, we need to be able to, for people to know, where are we, which includes time frame, and who's there. Where are we and who's there? So if the bishop is telling us a story about his childhood, then pretty soon I'm saying, oh, wow, you know, Glendale, West Virginia is Hazelwood, North Carolina, population 1,501, where I grew up.
Right.
Oh, Marshall County is Haywood County in North Carolina. I'm walking around in the same world, in the same place. And now I can follow the happenings where they go. And people mentioned then are even like people in my own life. And then the story works. So setting up the place and the people before things start to happen enables us to watch that story unfold and not just fall asleep because we're listening to words.
Sheila, do you have anything?
Oh, I answered first, so I'm good.
Okay. So we got another question, which is one about, so are storytellers born, or can anybody be a really good storyteller? You know, what is the secret sauce here to become a good storyteller?
Go ahead, Donald.
Well, it's kind of like reading. You know, some children learn to read without ever being taught. And some children have a very difficult time learning to read. But we don't look at children and say, some of them are readers and some of them are not readers. You know, we work for everyone to become a better reader than they would naturally be. And the same thing's true with story. Some people start off with it just flowing out of their mouths naturally. My Uncle Frank was like that. And some people have a very difficult time. If you saw the King's Speech movie, you saw how difficult that was for King George VI to learn how to make any kind of speech to the nation. And yet he worked until he did it. So it's a combination of those two things, where we start with who we are, and then we try to become all that it's possible for us to become.
Absolutely agree on that. And it just, I am a natural storyteller in a house of natural storytellers. And that's common. But I'm very well aware that there are other people who weren't brought up in that house of storytellers at the dinner table on a constant basis. But I know that when they get surrounded by stories and they get to hear stories more and more, sometimes they find that they actually have a story. They start to practice it or tell it. They put it out there tentatively. And then all of a sudden everybody's like, yay, you know, you told a story. And they want to try another and another. And I think that storytellers can definitely be taught craft and be taught, how to develop a story even stronger. But oftentimes that requires that you just put yourself in a place where you have story and where you can hear stories more and more often. But I think sometimes just beginning to hear stories and thinking, I might be able to tell something like that, and then trying it, and then you can take that and it can be encouraged and strengthened and developed even more. We need to tell a lot more stories. Can I just say that? We really, really, really need to tell a lot more stories.
Yeah.
We don't tell enough stories, even in church, which should be made of stories. We don't tell enough stories. We tell a lot of theology. Not saying that theology isn't good, my dear preachers. But I don't think we tell enough stories to make that theology as practical for our lives. Sorry if I'm getting in trouble with the bishop here.
No, you're doing great. Donald's story is very illustrative of that, talking about oral history. I mean, what we don't know is that long before the Bible was ever written, it was oral history that's been passed down from generation to generation. I live with the conviction and belief that there are no self-made people in the world. What we have, we got from somebody else. And so even a person who's a natural born storyteller got that from somebody who was a very good storyteller, and it resonated with them. And it's like sports. I've always aspired to being a Major League Baseball player, but I could never hit a curveball. So I had to live with the reality that I was never, while I love baseball, I was never going to be a Major League Baseball player. Well, I say that to say that in storytelling, there are some who have a natural ability to be a Major League storyteller. But there are many folks who would never be a Major League storyteller who are quite good storytellers because they understand their limitations and their realm. Even a person who doesn't have the natural gift can be a good storyteller. Another story. In my first appointment, I always had this fellow who was at a church meeting, and he would sit in the back and he would never say anything. And we were trying to shape this church for the future, and we were trying to get them out of some old models and see that they could grow. And we were trying to do new and innovative things, and there was always pushback. And this fellow, Tom Maynor, in the back would wait till the very end of the meeting, and he would raise his hand, and he would say repeatedly, and it got to the point where people knew exactly what he was going to say. Tom would always say, you do what you want to do, and you don't do what you don't want to do. If we want to do this, we'll find a way. And if we don't want to, we'll find every excuse not to. Well, there's your point. If you want to be a storyteller, there's something about the want to inside of you. If you want to, there's ways to hone that craft. And if you don't want to, you'll find every excuse about why you're not a good storyteller. A lot of it is the drive inside to hone the craft. Is it something that you desire to do? If it is, there are ways in which others can help you become a great storyteller. And because there are techniques involved, and there are ways that you need to begin to craft and hone the story for how it impacts the change that you want to see take place.
So in our churches these days, in the old days, we used to have testimonial meetings, and people would stand up and give a testimony. Well, oftentimes a testimony was nothing but a story, and it was a personal autobiographical talking about how they lived their faith or some event, and people honed that storytelling talent. But our churches don't give people that opportunity very much these days. And is that something that we ought to look to, as to how to hone skills and get people? Because when I've heard a good testimony, let me tell you, it grabs you and shakes you, and because you're hearing someone talking firsthand.
Yep.
And that's, while I admire preachers and all that, to hear a layperson, for example, talk about what God means to them or whatever is pretty potent material. And it's, do we have the opportunities for people to do that sort of thing.
So if I could get where I can be heard.
You are.
All right.
Don't touch anything.
What I'm thinking of is when Phillips Brooks, whom we really know as the author of A Little Town of Bethlehem, when he was preaching in Boston, every course started by his looking at the class and saying, all preaching is either arrogance or confession. And I would say the same thing about storytelling. All storytelling is either arrogance or confession, as our testimonial meetings. And it goes back to what the bishop was saying about how, you cannot be the hero of your own story and it be an acceptable story. So if we're trying to move into being a better storyteller, I think we have to learn that distinction. We have to learn that real storytelling is always confessional. It cannot be arrogant. If it's arrogant, it becomes disgusting. But if confession is a good word. It's a wonderful word. And if we can the shyest person can work at confession. The most outgoing person can rein themselves into confession. And so for me, that's a guide that I keep looking at with students over and over again, just saying, have you asked that hard question about this story you're working on? Which of those is it? And which way are you moving it in your growth as a teller? I want to have more church settings like, just retreats and gatherings and covered dish suppers where you don't go home for a long time, but just sit around getting snowed in. Those are the great times for telling stories, not the times when we have a necessarily an organized speaker. I have a little book called Telling Your Own Stories, and it has in it about 60 story starters for using on occasions like that. Things like, did you ever have a pet you don't have anymore? Just tell us about the first dog you ever had. And that starts it, and then everybody has one after that. And those are wonderful times for growing toward each other.
So a lot of you know that I'm a new grandfather, and I spend a lot of time on FaceTime and as much time as I can personally with Holden, my 2-year-old, and now with Lily, who's only 6 weeks old. And I have said to folks that for the last 2 years, I have been willingly in the soul transferring business. I am in the process of transferring my soul to my grandson. And that's based on a story that comes out of Kenya, where I was in a setting several years ago where a young woman had come to the United States to go to college, and she lived with adopted parents. And one evening in Kenya, we were together, and Grace took us to meet her grandmother, and her adopted parents were with her. When Grace introduced her grandmother to her adopted parents, her grandmother got up and got on her knees in front of the adopted parents and began to speak in Swahili. I asked Grace, the granddaughter, what is your grandmother saying? And she said, in our culture, we believe that the soul of a grandmother flows into a granddaughter, and the soul of a grandfather flows into a grandson. And my grandmother is thanking John and Bonnie for taking care of her soul while it has been in the United States. So I finally say I'm in the soul transfer business. 2 years later, my daughter says to me, Daddy, Holden acts just like you. He acts just like you. And I think I'm transferring my soul. Well, I'm transferring the story. I'm transferring the history. My grandson will know where he came from. He will know the story of our family. He will know the things that we value. They will mean something to him because we've invested in it. To your question, Jerry, is that we have to be very careful in the church today because we're involved in what is very much a self-centered, me-oriented culture. And leadership in the church in particular, we ought to be in the soul transfer business. We ought to be in the business of telling the story, because if we're the only reservoir of the story never gets transferred. The faith never gets pushed on. So we're all in a soul transfer business. And it's a matter of teaching our theology through story. It's a matter of teaching our rubric and our protocol through story. It's a way of teaching our rhythm. It's a way of teaching our social activism. It has to be integrated. It's not just the action, because you cannot be assured that people are going to make the connection between the action and the theology. The connector is the story. That's the connector.
Sheila, anything to add?
No, I was enjoying it. I was just watching the time. Though I was also being conscious about that.
Yep. So Judith has a question. Judith?
Judy,
Judith?
you're muted.
Here we go. I think we can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I'm just wondering if you include a story as part of your sermon on a Sunday morning, is there a particular length?
Can you turn up your sound? We're having a trouble hearing.
Okay, hold on. There we go. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering if you use a story in the midst of a sermon, is there a particular or a recommended amount of time or length for that story? Do you tell it at the beginning? Do you tell it in the midst? Do you tell it at the end? Any recommendations or suggestions?
As I moved through my 25 years in the pulpit before retiring to tell stories full time, I gravitated toward much more toward using a single large story set over against the expanded biblical story rather than multiple smaller story events. So that it's hard to generalize, but if I had to generalize, I would often have a small story that bridged into the biblical story, then a larger retelling of the biblical story so that we understood the human trouble dynamic that was the underlying human strain of the story, and then brought us back to a major story out of real life that showed us dealing with the same human dynamic and how we settled down with it. Earlier on, I tended to use multiple little stories, but I discovered that people tended to remember and relate to a single larger story more long-term and better, especially if I could really stand up the large biblical story beside a large story from our own human lives. But that was just my progression. That's a description and not a prescription in any kind of way. We all need to learn to do it our own best way. but I'm just sort of confessing at what I ended up doing.
I'm not a preacher, so I can't help you.
No, I disagree with that. I think you can help us.
I do too.
Judith, good to see you.
Thank you.
You know, I'm fascinated by improvisation. I'm a big fan. I was a huge fan of Robin Williams, and he just, you know, if you ever watched a Robin Williams concert, you know, he would just go off, you know, it just like wild, and you thought, wow, he's thinking in the moment. Robin Williams was never thinking in the moment. It was all planned out. The art form of improv is that it's planned.
Totally.
It's totally scripted. Jazz music. When you see jazz happening, it's not just spontaneous. They have rehearsed how to be spontaneous. It's all planned. And I say it's the same thing about the story. Judith, I've heard sermons that were nothing except a story. They were nothing about the point. The point was to tell a story. And I think that's an abuse of the pulpit. It's not about just telling a story. It's about how the story gets you to the end result. So I would answer your question by saying sometimes a sermon is nothing but a story. Sometimes a sermon has multiple stories to make the same point. And sometimes a sermon has a masterful story, a singular story that complements everything else that you're saying. But the real driver is, what is the planning that's gone into the development of that presentation that encompasses story so that you will have reached the desired effect that you had when you started it. So it is all, I mean, it is very hard work to integrate story into sermon, for example. It should be hard work because it's a part of that intentionality, the same as Robin Williams, the same as a jazz musician. It's all planned. And so just what is your desired effect should be the driver, and how story can complement that is important.
And you as a person, think about the places that you've heard story and sermons that you've heard story in. When have you heard stories that you still remember to this day? There are particular pastors that I've heard that to this day, I remember that sermon, and then I remember the point of the sermon because of the great story that was there. And then there's others that I couldn't tell you what the point of the sermon was or what story was in it, you know? And so I look at, you know, think about what you remember. Where do you remember stories being placed at? You know, were they at the beginning? Were they at the middle, at the end? Were they kind of mixed in between? Did they have one or more? What places have you heard story told in sermons that affected you and you held on to? Now, what's going to happen after today, I'm just going to give you all fair warning, is tomorrow you're going to go listen to your pastor and you're going to start critiquing him on his storytelling and seeing how well or how little he does. But that's part of what we're doing today, is because we're talking about this, it's going to make you more aware of it when it's around you. And that's a great thing, because you'll start beginning to think of how story can affect other people, and how you know, and how what is it you're wanting to do. You know, you'll be able to start looking at that. Or she, I'm sorry, thank you. It can be a she as well. Amen. And but I do think that I find that stories that are in the middle of a sermon are short and sweet, are more powerful. But short and sweet can also be, it can have different meanings. So a story that feels like it goes on forever, y'all been there. that story that feels like it goes on and on and on, and you're like, when will they ever stop talking? That's not the kind of story you want to keep in a sermon. But the story that can be 20 minutes, but it feels like it's 3, and you want some more, that's the kind of sermon, keep them one. This probably is not really what the pastor wants to say, but you want to keep in the world of showbiz, keep them wanting more. Keep them wanting more. And that works with preaching too. So they want to go back and look in the Word of God, that they want to go back and have conversations about it. So they go home. So you go back, and after you're off of Zoom or however you're having church, and you go back and tell somebody that story. And it's a way of reaching out to people. Oh, there we go.
Any other questions that people have on we're coming to the end of this session of our program, and the bishop is going to be leaving us. So this is your last chance to ask the bishop a question. Anyone, when you use someone else's story, what's the rules of engagement? Do you say, this is so-and-so's story that I'm going to tell you, and so you sort of give credit where credit's due? Is that part of what you do if you're going to use something from a book or what have you? You should acknowledge where it's coming from.
You darn well better. If you're a
Yeah,
pastor on this call, you darn well better, or the board of ordained ministry is going to be coming after you. Yeah, it's really important. You got to get ego out of the way, and sometimes the best story is not yours.
If you don't do that, it's like operating a taxi with a stolen car.
Yeah. I would just, I do have to get off in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to say that I am just absolutely fascinated by the story that's unfolding while we are having this conversation. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is like a providential moment, Jerry, because there's just, the story is being crafted even while we are talking. So, the day the horns honked in Brooklyn, people are celebrating. But a part of the story is that there are places where horns are not honking today. Correct. And so you got to make sure your story is inclusive rather than exclusive. It's a day of celebration for some. It's a day of anger for some others. And, I saw Catherine put in the chat there the comment about just heard someone say it's over in regard to election, possible realization for this particular woman, for her, something is over. Boy, there's the advent of a story, because how much have we heard in recent days, chalk it up to 2020. I heard yesterday Al Roker has prostate cancer. And Al Roker has been saying for weeks, right before he gives the weather on the Today Show, chalk it up to 2020. Another hurricane, another COVID, another this, and that, chalk it up to 2020. So there's the makings of a story. Someone says someone is looking for something to be completed in the midst of this crazy world that we're in, but it's not over. My wife texted me a few minutes ago saying it's ironic that on the day that the election was announced, Donald Trump decided to go play golf. Well, I don't know what the story is there, but there's a story in the making in terms of the irony of that one. But I just would encourage you all to incubate the story that's in your midst right now. It's happening. The opportunity for story is happening in real time while we're having this phone call.
And can I just follow up on that? I know we have to go, but just to quickly follow up on the fact that stories are one of the ways that we have to remove otherness from ourselves and from people around us. When we know someone's story, and this is just really truth, when we really know someone's story, it's really hard to hate them. It's really hard to hate them. And that means that we, as practitioners of story, have to listen really well, so that we can hear the voices of people who are not honking and celebrating, and so that we can listen very well and that we can share the stories, their stories as well, so that maybe we can find where our places are that have been neglected and forgotten.
Wow.
But if we continue to talk to each other as if we are others, if we other people, those people over there, those people don't have things right. If we continue to do that, we will do more and more division. This is the time in the church, one of the greatest times in the church, we can do the greatest thing.
Yep.
We can love. And one of the greatest way to love is to listen. And then the other great way is to tell their story. So let's love deeply.
Wow. I love it.
Thank you, Sheila. And with that, we will end this session. Thank you to the bishop for joining us. We really appreciate it. You have a very busy schedule, and finding time to join us was just delightful and much appreciated by all of us. And we're going to take lunchtime now, 45 minutes. We're going to restart at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And everyone can go rush off and watch the television and see what's going on in the other world out there. And I won't say the real world, but the other world. And again, thank you all for participating in this. And thank you, Bishop, for being part of this program. So we'll regather at 1 o'clock for our first workshop that Donald will be giving on finding your story. So thank you all.
Everybody. And thank you, Jerry, for what you're doing. We appreciate it.
Bishop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Blessings, everyone.
We're gonna need to laptop because this thing.
All right. We're ready for our first workshop. Donald is at his whiteboard there, ready to help us understand of where do we find our story, finding our story. So with that, I'll turn it over to Donald and looking forward to see how we find it. Thank you, Donald. You're on mute.
Are we on?
There you go.
Okay. I want to show you some little tricks we can use in order to find many stories from our own lives that we can make use of in all kinds of communication, not just preaching, but in other communication venues that we happen to be in. The trick about finding stories is really interesting. You know, if we get up to about Wednesday and we have our sermon, you know, about half done, are we good? And we have our sermon about half done, and we start looking for a story to illustrate a point. The strange thing is that all stories disappear from the face of the earth at that point, and they don't show back up again until Sunday night when it's all over and we missed everything. And so the whole idea behind what we're doing is learning how to build up a whole canon of our own personal stories, a whole library of our own personal stories. So we have so many stories that we can refer to that when we have a need for a particular kind of story, we can look through our whole listing and come up with things that might work for us. Now,
you can look at me.
Oh, look at you. Okay, I'll look at the camera. Got it. Okay. I have a sense that we have up in the front of our brain kind of a little apartment of daily memory. And in that little apartment of daily memory, we carry all the things that we need to be aware of to get along through the day ahead of us. And then we have back in the back of our brain this other memory. It's this huge attic of unorganized memory. When I was a little boy, there was a room behind the garage at our house. And everybody, not just in the family, but everybody in the neighborhood called that room. And you know what was in that room? Everything nobody would need in 5 lifetimes, but you might. In that room was every folded up brown grocery bag that had ever come home from the grocery store. In that room was all kinds of parts and pieces of bicycle, as long as they wouldn't fit together to make a whole bicycle. In that room was Christmas tree lights that didn't work last year, but don't throw them away. They might get healed during the summer. They might come back on next year. So and nothing that was in that room was put in there in order. It wasn't organized. It wasn't classified. There's a sense in which we didn't know what was in there after a while, because it's the place where you just stuff everything that was not needed at the moment. This major part of our own head is like that. You know, that little apartment in the front, that's memory of what we need at the moment. The big closet in the back of unorganized memory is that place that holds everything we've ever seen, everything we've ever heard, everything we've ever smelled, everything we've ever touched, everything we've ever tasted. And it's unorganized. We don't know what's in there. And that's where we have hundreds of stories hiding, just hundreds of stories hiding. Now, once in a while, something happens to us that kind of reminds us of how much stuff is back in there. Were you ever watching a movie and all of a sudden there's a place you've been before? And as soon as you saw that place in that movie, all kinds of memories of when you were there came flooding back. Or maybe you were reading a book and some character in the book all of a sudden reminded you of some relative from childhood, and all kinds of memories came flooding back. Or maybe all of a sudden you got an email or a little card from someone you hadn't thought of for years, and all kinds of memories came flooding back. Well, what if we could learn how to deliberately walk back into that unorganized attic of memories and find what's in there, and then gradually begin to put it together and make sense and make stories out of it. So that's our task in this coming little bit of time we have together. Now, we need to start off by unlearning something we learned in school a long time ago. But after all, don't we spend a lot of adulthood unlearning things we learned in school? So here's another one of them. Let's remember when we were first learning to read. Maybe it was in the first grade. We're first learning to read. Now, sometimes when I'm telling stories to kids, like first graders in the fall of the year or kindergartners in the spring of the year, I talk to them about this, about, are you learning to read? You're learning to read. And then if I look at those kids and I say, hey kids, did your teacher ever look at you and say, read this little story and then tell me what? And if I pause, they will in unison end that question with the same word. Hey kids, read this little story and then tell me what? And in unison, they say, happened. Tell me what happened. And I'll say, okay, did your teacher ever say, read this story and tell me what you think the tree in the grandmother's yard looked like after the lightning hit it in the storm? No. Did your teacher ever say, read this story and tell me what you think Big George's dog smelled like after it rolled in the fish nets? No. Well, what does your teacher ask you about the stories? What kind of questions? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? That's the only question we're ever asked. Read the story and tell me what happened. Now, by about third grade, what happened gets a name. It's called the plot. And now the question is, read the story and tell me the plot. The question never changes. We get a little bit older. Read the story and outline the plot. Read the story, summarize the plot. Get to high school, let's expand vocabulary. Read the story, write a précis of the plot. Graduate school, compare and contrast the elements of the plot. That's the only thing they ever ask us about, the plot. It's like the plot is all there is to the story. There's a man named Mr. Hillegas who grew up in Iowa, and he discovered in the process of going to school that the only thing they'll ever ask you about the stories we study, they'll ask you about the plot and who are the characters. That's it. And Mr. Hillegas dropped out of school and made a fortune. You know what Mr. Hillegas's first name was? Cliff. Cliff Hillegas. Cliff's Notes. Yep, Cliff's Notes. Outline the plot, identify the characters. They will never ask you about anything else. Well, what began to happen in our heads through that process was this hard disk that we've all got going around in our heads start going around, start saying, story, tell me the plot. Story, what's the plot? Story, outline the plot. Story, come up with a plot. Story, plot, story, plot, story, plot, story, plot, story, plot. And so all of a sudden one day, when we think, now we're going to come up with a story, what is our brain programmed to tell us we need to start with? A plot. And all of a sudden, we don't have any plots. Our family must just be plot devoid. We genetically missed out on the plot gene. And we sit there forever trying to come up with a story because we're trying to start with the plot. When we start with the plot, we only come up with 2 or 3 stories about our whole life, and they're usually stories about trauma. One of our sons is a clinical psychologist, and he works with juveniles. And he said, you know, the problem with the kids I work with is they think they only have one story and they're stuck in it. And my job working with them is to help them understand how many stories they have in their lives and help them step from the one they're stuck in over into one of the others that helps them live more freely and more fully. So what we want to do to start with this, forget about the plot. We're not even going to worry about plot. Don't worry about coming up with a whole story. Just forget that. The plot will raise its hand. It'll walk out when it's ready. We're going to find some other starting places for getting back into this huge attic of unorganized memory. Now, if we can't start with the plot, what are we going to start with? Well, think about this for a moment. When we go to a movie and we're looking at the screen, we're only seeing two things on that screen. And what are those two things we're seeing on that screen? We're seeing places and we're seeing people. Places and people. See, the plot doesn't exist before the story. The plot only exists after the story. After we've seen the movie, then we can think back and say, this is what it was about. But we can't tell what it was about before we've seen it. Nor in our own lives can we come up with a plot when we don't have a story yet. So what we're going to use to get back into this unorganized attic of memory is we're going to use two doors. We're going to use the door of places and we're going to use the door of people. We're going to think about places where we've spent important time and people with whom we've had important relationships. Now, when I started doing this, probably close to 40 years now, one of the first things I did was I took a notebook, and the notebook on the front of it just said places, places. It was going to be the notebook of important places where I'd spent time in my life. Because here's the trick. Places hold the memories of the things that happened within those places. And if we can come up with a place that's important to us, and without even worrying about story, simply begin walking around inside that place and exploring that place, all of a sudden, stories will start raising their hands and walking out. So when I first started making this notebook, I thought, where do I start? Where do I start? What's the first important place in my life? Oh. And all of a sudden, I remembered the little house on Plot Creek Road. You know what that was? You have a parallel. It's the first place I remember living. Now, the word remember is a very important word in this context because I didn't say, what's the first place you lived? See, if I say, what's the first place you lived? It'll be like my wife, Trish, who grew up in a military family. She doesn't remember the first place she lived because they moved. So the question is, what's the first place you remember that you lived? So, without even closing your eyes, could you walk us around on a little tour through that place? If I took you to Plot Creek Road, we would go up an unpaved road in my early childhood. We would come on the right side of the road to only two houses, and they both looked alike. I'm sure the same person must have built them long before we ended up there. Our house and the Bergen's house. They were both true bungalow houses where the roof of the house came right on down in one unbroken line out over the front porch. You went up 4 steps to get on that front porch. It was always painted gray, a wooden floor porch. It was painted gray. And in the wintertime, when the humidity got higher, the porch would buckle at certain places along the way, and then it would flatten out when it got hot and dry in the summertime. We could walk around through that house all afternoon. And if we did that, all sorts of things that happened there would begin to raise their hands, and I would have to tell you, and all of a sudden, plots would be arriving. Now, what I discovered was, when I put down Plot Creek Road, I had established a whole category of places. It was all the places that we ever remember that we physically lived. Where did you live? Where do you remember that you lived? For me, after Plot Creek Road, it was the new house. We moved to the new house when I was 12 years old, and 50 years later, after my mother died, my brother said to me, "You gonna sell the new house?" That was its name 50 years later, because we only lived two places, Plot Creek and the new house. Now, some people live many places. So see, one of the things we're beginning to discover already is how different all of our lives are. Did you ever sit down and simply try to make a list of every physical place where you actually lived? When I actually tried to do that, it went from Plot Creek Road, the new house, oh, my freshman dormitory in college. When I first got to that place, I could not remember the name of the dorm, because sometime after I was there, somebody had given a whole lot of money and they'd named the dorm after that person, so it no longer had the same dorm. Now I can tell you, I lived in room 311 in East Dorm on the campus of Davidson College. Because you see, when you begin to play with memory like this, it's like walking up to a water faucet that's been turned off for a very long time. And we hold out the glass to get a drink of water, and we turn on the water, and the water that fills up that glass came out of about that much of the water bottle. But once we've turned this memory on, it's like leaving the water running. And the memory keeps coming and keeps coming and keeps coming. And to this very day, even though I've been doing this for 40 years, I can still go back and walk through and around that little house on Plot Creek Road and come up with yet another memory that had not returned until now. So sit down and make a list. The first step in cracking this whole memory thing is list making. And so if you're working on a list of places, go ahead and work. Sam's trying to start things that you'll continue after this hour is over. And work on a list of every place you remember living. How much more would you know about your own mother if you truly knew every place she ever lived? I bet you don't actually know. What we'll do is we'll also discover places within places. So that, for example, in high school, I lived at the new house all the way through high school. But within that space, I went to summer camp. I went to 4-H camp in the summer. Yes, I lived there for a week at a time each summer that I went. I went to band camp. You think I don't have memories from band camp? A band camp, you met girls who didn't know anything about you except what you told them. Lots of good story memories there. I lived there for a week for several different times, but it was within the time of living at the new house. So work on that whole list of places that you've lived. Now, the next place I put on my first list after the little house on Plot Creek said Hazelwood School. Guess what that was? The first place I remember going to school. And once I put that down, I realized I'd created another category, a category called school. And that category included all the places that I ever went to school. It was Hazelwood School, and then it was Waynesville Junior High School, and then it was Waynesville Township High School, and then it was Davidson College, and then it was Duke University. And then wait a minute, what are the places that didn't have the word school in their name, but they should have been called school because we learned so much by being there. And then all of a sudden, I realized I left something out. I left out Mrs. Rosemary's kindergarten in the basement of the Methodist church when I was 5 years old. So make on your list all the places that will be called school. Now, I've been working on this list for 40 years, and the list of places I will still never finish. They won't run out. How about for each one of the places we lived, the neighbors' houses? The neighbor's house. Some of those places we may have never gone and never spent any time, but some of those neighbors' houses may have lots of memories attached to them, especially if I had friends in the neighborhood and I spent time at those houses and spaces. How about places where relatives lived? The people who didn't live with us, but we went to see them. I could take you to my grandmother's house. I could blindfold you and take you blindfolded into my grandmother's house in my childhood. And you know what you would smell? You would smell wood smoke. You would smell mildew because it was way in the Smoky Mountains and it counted with 70 inches of rainfall a year. You would smell like somebody had been frying pork in that place for about 5 generations. It would smell like wood that had never been painted. It would smell like snuff spit because there was a little tin can behind every little corner. My grandmother dipped dental Scotch snuff. You know, places not only have what we see, they have what we smell, they have what we taste, they have what we feel, they have what we hear. Those are all part of places where we begin to discover them. But right now, we're just making the list. So let's keep playing with the list. Now, did you ever visit a relative, a parent, or another relative at their workplace? And then as you begin to grow up, have you made a list of all the places you ever worked? For me, it started at the drive-in theater, and then it went to the Cokesbury bookstore. It went right. I never made a list like that till I started playing around like this. Now, all of these places are not geographic. Here's another important place of memory that's not geography. Can you remember the car on which you learned to drive? I bet some of us have a lot of memories there. Or do you remember the first car that you ever bought totally on your own? I'll bet you those cars have more memories attached to them than whatever you happen to be driving now, because they come out of such formative times in our whole lives. Now let's think of other places. How about the doctor's office? The doctor, the dentist, the place. What's the first place you remember? Remember going to the doctor's office. Oh, for me, it would be going up a little elevator to the second floor of the Masonic Temple to Dr. Lancaster's office, where you always met Miss Winnie, the nurse, Miss Winnie, the shop nurse. Oh, a whole story comes back when I ran from her, but she caught me. Yep, they keep going. Church. Every place you ever went to church, camp. We can't even exhaust this list. Places you went on trips. Were there places your family went on the same trip over and over again? Were there places you went only once and you never ever went there again? It goes on and goes on and goes on and goes on and goes on. I never finished this list of places. And I just keep working with it and keep working with it and keep working with it all night. If you were a little kid and one night your mother said, "Oh, I believe tomorrow we ought to go to town," what would that mean to you? You see, in a huge city, it might mean just riding the elevator down to the street level. Or if you lived far out of the country, it might mean driving the car 20 miles into a little county seat town. If you lived in a suburban area, it could be just going a block or two to get down to a shopping area somewhere. Going to town. Do you remember the stores? Do you remember what it was like along the way? Now, once I've made this list of places, here's what I begin to do with it. I'll take a little paper or a little notebook, and on that little notebook, I carry it in my pocket, and I'll put the name in that notebook of maybe 2 or 3 places that I want to work with. I put down the name of, say, Hazelwood School. And then in those little moments of wasted time, like I'm eating alone and nobody's there to talk to, just me. Or I'm riding an airplane, back in those days when we rode airplanes. Or I'm ready to go and the person I'm going with isn't ready to go yet, or they haven't come to pick me up yet. Or it's time to go to sleep, but I'm not sleepy yet. And I pick up that little notebook and I look at Hazelwood School. And then I start in my mind just walking around through that space in memory. I walk up to the front door. We always went up the steps, and there were 4 white columns there on the front of that old brick building. The columns from the street looked like they could have been marble, but if you got up close and you knocked on one, you discovered, no, they were just made out of wood. And as you walked in the front door of Hazelwood School, the first person you ever met was Haskell Davis. Haskell Davis was my daddy's first cousin. Haskell weighed about 95 pounds. About 93 pounds were red hair and freckles. He had freckles on top of freckles and freckles behind freckles, ready to step out in case the freckles in front didn't go to work that day. And Haskell would stand there with the door open, and we'd all go into school under his arm. And as we went under his arm, he'd speak to all of us. Good morning, little Davis. Good morning, little Johnson. Good morning, little Summerow. Good morning, little Messer. Good morning, little Jenkins. Feel my muscle, feel my muscle. Because even though he only weighed about 95 pounds, Haskell had a bicep that was like a ball bearing. And we would reach up and touch his muscle, and we would behave all day after that. Because, see, Haskell had the amazing power of multiple location. Yep, he could be in the boys' bathroom and in the lunchroom at the same time. And while he was already in those 2 places, he could be out where the bus is loaded and around behind the building where they burn the trash. Haskell was everywhere. He was the janitor of Hazelwood School. One day somebody said, Haskell, don't they call you the custodian? He said, no, I'd be the custodian, but Haywood County can't afford 4 syllables. I'm the janitor. So when I remembered Haskell, if you want to, you know, when you have a memory like that, you could write out just a whole lot of memories about that in that little notebook. What I tend to do is I tend to just make a little bubble inside of it, say, oh, remember Haskell Davis. Because once I've got that little bubble there, he's back with me. Maybe that's all that happens before I go to sleep that night, and I fall asleep. And you know what's happened? As soon as I wake up in the morning, without even trying, I'm thinking about other people at Hazelwood School. I'm thinking about Miss Calhoun, the lunchroom lady, about how she lived in the lunchroom. That's what we thought because we'd never seen her anywhere else. About how she made these wonderful fresh yeast rolls every day. And the more I walk around through Hazelwood School, people begin to come back to life. There's Miss Annie Ledbetter, my first grade teacher. There's Mr. Lawrence Leatherwood, the principal, who was also a full-time 6th grade teacher. There's Miss Ida Duval, who had gold hair. I don't mean the color. I mean, it was molded metal, gold. We knew she didn't have to use a pillow. When her head went down, that's as far as it would go. It would just hit the bed and stay there. I remember Miss Irma and Miss Eula Patterson, who both taught 3rd grade, and I didn't end up with either one of them. I remember Miss Daisy Boyd, who took us all the way around the world on an imaginary trip in the 4th grade. Now, at this point, I'm not even worried about whether stories come out of this or not. I'm not worried about whether I can make a quilt yet or not. What I'm doing at this point is I'm just gathering quilt scraps. I'm gathering whole little notebooks full of quilt scraps. And see, this one, Hazelwood School, could go on for pages. It could go on for pages and pages. All of a sudden, I'm in Miss Ledbetter's room in the 1st grade, and I'm there with my best buddy, Harris Prevost, and we get a new pupil that day. Her name is Carol White, and she moved from Texas, and instantly, Harris Prevost and I were both in love with her. And there was a great contest about which one of us was going to get her. And I'm remembering the day in art class when we had tempera paint, and Miss Annie Ledbetter had to leave the room. And so Harris and I somehow, without talking about it, decided that the first one who marks her gets her. And we started chasing her with brushes of tempera paint. We knocked over an easel, and we spilled 7 pints of tempera paint in the floor. And it was a sad day from then on. The memories just don't stop. They keep coming, they keep coming, they keep coming, they keep coming, they keep coming. And just imagine, for every place on this list, some of them will look at it and will think, there's not much there. I don't remember much at the Mahaffey's house, you know, the neighbors below us. But let's go up to the Bergen's house. Oh my goodness, that's a different place. The Bergens had a dairy farm, and Mr. Bergen drove a little dairy, a little milk truck home, and the doors never closed. He drove it with the doors open, and he stood up to drive on a little stand-up seat, and he taught me to drive that milk truck. So some places are very wet with memories. Some places are a little dry, but how do you know till you play with them? Now, once we played with places, we have another door we can go through. The second door is the doorway of people. People with whom we spent important time in our lives. The doorway of people. Remember that old This Is Your Life show? If you watched that show, it made you feel like, you know, everybody on the show only had about 4 friends in the course of their whole lives. We've had thousands of friends, and we don't realize it and we don't know about it till we start really trying to put that together. Stephen Koontz, who's an author, mostly writing sort of militaristic kinds of novels, but he has one book called The Cannibal Queen. It's a nonfiction piece of work. It's a beautiful little book. It's about a summer in which he spent the whole summer flying a 50-year-old open cockpit Stearman biplane on 2 loops in which he landed and took off in all 48 of the contiguous states. Someone asked him along the way, said, what did you think about while you were doing that in an airplane with no radio and no instruments flying along at maybe 70 miles an hour? He said, well, the first few days, I began to get bored and wondered if I would make it. And then he said, all of a sudden one day, I started thinking about the people I've known and the things we did together. And when I started thinking about that, I could have flown forever. So that's what we're playing with. We're trying to work at making a list of our lifetime cast of characters. Now, when I started doing this was a second notebook. It's one that's called People. And I thought, okay, where should I start with my lifetime cast of characters? How about, since it's my list, if we start on the day I was born, who was already at my house waiting for me to get there? So it's my birthday cast of characters. That was very easy. It's me, my mama, and my dad. Okay, who came along later, whether we asked for them or not? My little brother Joe. Who are the relatives who did not live with us? We had to go visit them, or they came to see us. Now, wait a minute. Didn't we already put relatives' house on the people list? Yes, we did. But now, on the place list. But now we're on the people list, and we're going to put the relatives themselves on the people list. There's a reason for that. See, on the place list, I have, for example, my Uncle Grover's house. And when I go to my Uncle Grover's house, I have memories there that are not necessarily related to him. I have memories related to my Aunt Jessie. I have memories related to my cousin Roger, his grandson, who was my age, who would come to visit from Florida. His grandson was the same age I was because he was 16 years older than my dad. But if I put Uncle Grover on this list, I remember things about him that didn't necessarily happen at his house. He was a lawyer. He always wore a three-piece suit and a bow tie. And he would come to visit at our house when I was a little boy. And he would say, "Let's play Billy Goat." And he'd pull off his coat and his vest and he'd untie his bow tie and he'd let it hang down like the beard on the Billy Goat. And then he'd get down on his hands and knees, and I would get down on my hands and knees, and he would go, "Bah!" And then we'd crawl and we'd crack heads. And then we'd back up and we'd go, "Bah!" And we'd crawl and we'd crack heads. We would never have been allowed to play Billy Goat at Uncle Grover's house. Aunt Jessie would have stopped us. So you see, I need his house on one list, and I need him on another list, because that way I get more memories. Now, are there childhood friends whom you've kept up with so consistently that you could call them this afternoon? I could call my friend Harris Prevost. His number is right in my cell phone. Harris and I have been friends since we were 4 years old. Now, are there childhood friends your mother wished you had never met? They go on that list. Here's a fun one. Did you ever make a list? It's safe to do it with a lot of years of distance, of all the people with whom you were ever in love. That's a fun one to play with, because don't we pretty soon start thinking about how lucky we are we didn't end up with some of those people? And we're not even imagining how much they're thinking about how lucky they are not to have ended up with us. But it's a fun list. How about people for whom we worked? People with whom we worked. Maybe people who worked for us. How about professional people like minister, doctor, a dentist? Who's the first person who ever cut your hair outside of your home? For me, it was Herschel Caldwell, when I got what my mama called a store-bought haircut right before I went into the first grade. For my mama, that meant cut it off all over if you're going to pay 60 cents. So these people go on and on and on. Now, there's one category, even though I've been doing this for years, that I only remembered about a year ago. And it's because we didn't have this category in my life. Pets. For most normal people, aren't pets an important part of your own personal cast of characters. But my mother did not believe in feeding anything that didn't work. So we did not have pets in our house. If you think you don't have any children, any stories to tell your grandchildren, have you ever told your grandchildren about the first pet you remember having in your life? And then bring them up to date about all the pets that you remember having, and then you can share pet stories with each other. So the people list just goes on, it goes on, it goes on. How about roommates? People with whom we've shared a living space. That could be an interesting list. And you'll come up with more categories as you go through this and keep playing with it all the way through. The neighbors themselves. It goes on and on and on. Now, again, what I will do is I will pull out a person from this list. Oh, teachers. How could we have left that one out? Teachers. So maybe I'll pull out of that list one of my teachers and I put it in my little notebook. I put down in there Miss Annie Ledbetter, who happens to have been my first grade teacher. Miss Annie Ledbetter lived close enough to school that she could walk to school. And you could walk over to her house. And her husband had the hardware store in town. And they didn't have any children. We were her children forever and forever and forever. Miss Annie Ledbetter was a substantially built woman. Pants never touched her legs. She had 5 dresses. She had a Monday dress and a Tuesday dress and a Wednesday dress and a Thursday dress and a Friday dress. If she hadn't worn her dresses in chromatic order, we could learn our colors. But no. She started out kind of dull on Monday. I remember Monday was kind of a gray dress. And then they started brightening up and you hit yellow on Wednesday. And then you got bright green on Thursday. And then Friday was red dress day. Oh my goodness, we loved that red dress because that meant school was going to be out the next day. It's going to be Saturday. That red dress was the color, that fire trucks are supposed to be. And it's made out of this kind of double knitted stuff so it could go sort of in and out with the tide. And it had little white stripes that went up and down, and little white stripes that went back and forth. And one day my best buddy, Harris Prevost, she came in wearing that dress. And Harris said, "Oh, Miss Ledbetter, I love it when you wear that dress. Makes you look like a big brick building." And you know what Miss Ledbetter did? She was the first one to start laughing, and she laughed longer and louder than anybody else. And I think it was years before I realized how lucky it was to start the first grade with a teacher who always knew how to laugh. Now, those notebooks fill up. The people notebooks fill up. And we get more and more, and we get more and more, and we get more and more, and we get more and more. And then all of a sudden, like a quilter looking at fabric, we start saying, do I have enough to make a quilt? And like a quilter who's pulling out this piece and pulling out this piece and pulling out this piece and sliding them around and looking at them together, saying, does this fit together? How does this go? Do I have a vision about how this is going to work? What I'm coming to the point of doing is I'm coming to the point of being able to look back into one of my notebooks and say, now, when I look at Hazelwood School, for example, do I have enough quilt scraps from Hazelwood School to build a story, to make a quilt? Now, let's think about this. Remember when we met Haskell Davis? There's Haskell. Haskell's a quilt scrap. We barely met Miss Calhoun. Miss Calhoun is a quilt scrap. I look on down my Hazelwood School pages, on and on and on, and I meet many quilt scraps, one after another. You met there Miss Ledbetter in the first grade. Miss Ledbetter at this point is a quilt scrap. We could go on. A lot of these quilt scraps would be people from the school. They'd be my classmates. In the first grade, except for Harris Prevo, whose mother got to choose his teacher because his daddy owned the furniture plant. We were the A's through the GRs, Charlotte Abernathy through Lady Ruth Green. And by now I could tell you all those kids in alphabetical order. I couldn't have when I first started doing this, but gradually the memories keep coming out. But they're all quilt scraps. That day that Harris and I turned over the tempera paint, that's a quilt scrap. So how do we find where there's a story hiding in there? Well, we're looking for one particular kind of quilt scrap to show us the beginning place for a real story. And that kind of quilt scrap we're looking for is what I would call the day turned upside down. Let's imagine it this way. When we wake up in the morning, don't we kind of think we know what's going to happen during that day? And we get up and we start off through the day. We know what's on our calendar. We kind of know what our schedule is, and we go along through the day. And if the day really turns out the way we thought it was going to, there are no stories that day. And that's why at night when we sit down at the dinner table and you say to the kids, hey kids, what happened at school today? And they say, what? Nothing. Because what nothing means is, nothing means what happened today is exactly what I thought was going to happen today. Equals no story. But sometimes we get up in the morning and we think we know what's going to happen through the course of the day. And something comes around the corner and it turns our whole day upside down. When we find a day like that, we have found a story. Now, it doesn't have to be a negative turn. It can be a positive turn. You see, winning the lottery is turning the day upside down. Getting married, because we've never done that before, is turning the day upside down. Having a new baby, that's turning the day upside down, as well as breaking your leg or having the house burned down or getting fired from a job. But it's the unexpected, the nature of the unexpected that turns that world upside down. When Bishop Bickerton was telling us early the story about leaving his food behind when he drove away from Wendy's, he did not get up that morning thinking, today's the day I'm going to drive off and leave my food at the window of a drive-thru and feel like an idiot. No, he didn't wake up thinking that. That's one of those things that came around the corner and it inverted the day. It turned it upside down from what we thought it was going to be. So when I go back and I look at and I've got all these bubbles all over the place of Hazelwood school memories, can I think is one of them an unexpected day, a day that got turned upside down? Whoa, whoa, whoa. All of a sudden, here it comes. It was the 6th grade in Miss Gussie Palmer's room, the afternoon of Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We were just waiting to get out for that holiday weekend when all of a sudden, Mr. Leatherwood rang the bell for a fire drill. We started to get up. Miss Palmer said, why is he having a fire drill this afternoon where we're just waiting to get out for a holiday? But we've been being slow lately for fire drills, so I guess this was a test. And we all went pouring out of the building, outside, and then we turned around to look back for Mr. Leatherwood to announce the time it had taken us to get outside. And all of a sudden, somebody yelled, look, and they pointed behind us, and we all turned around, and smoke was pouring out of the top of the Unaugusta furniture plant. The Unaugusta furniture plant employed 400 men, 3 women in the office, 400 men. The population of the little town of Hazelwood was 1,500. How many men does it take to populate a town of 1,500? The whole town economy burned to the ground while we in elementary school stood there and watched it. Because as the fire trucks came and blocked the road, the school buses couldn't come, we couldn't leave. My mother said we watched Christmas and Thanksgiving burn to the ground. You see, no one got up that morning on their way to work at Unaugusta Furniture thinking, today's the day the furniture plant's going to burn down. No, nobody thought that. We thought today's going to be another day in Miss Gussie Palmer's room. Barbara Inman's daddy thought today's going to be another day working in the finished room at the furniture plant. No, no, no. The world turned upside down. And so now we found that there's a story hiding there. But warning, warning, the story doesn't start with the upside down day. The story starts when we explain to people, where are we? I would need to tell you some of those normal things about Hazelwood School. Describe that brick building that was built in 1923, where the school buses came up in the back. Almost nobody went to school in a car. You either walked to school if you lived within a mile, or you rode a school bus if you didn't. Who's there? I would have to tell you about some more of my classmates, about Tommy Connard, and about Aldine Connard, and about Barbara Daniels, and about William Birchfield. Who's there? Including the time frame. First grade for me was 1950. We're back in the time frame when Mr. Leatherwood, instead of being a full-time principal, is a full-time sixth grade teacher. There's not even an office at Hazelwood School then. And I'd have to include some things to tell you about what it's like at Hazelwood School when the whole world is normal. Whoops. When the whole world is normal. And that's when I use some of those quilt scraps like Haskell Davis and Miss Annie Ledbetter and Miss Calhoun, because now you can watch the story. And then all of a sudden, something goes wrong and the world turns upside down. We've discovered it's a fire. The fire's not the school burning. The fire is almost the town burning. And there on the schoolyard, we have the front row seat. Now, we've turned the world upside down. How do we get out of there? We get out of there by adding two things to the story. One of the things we add to the story is sometimes help comes. Sometimes. Another thing we add to the story is we learn something we could never have learned without taking this journey. Sometimes I have to work to remember the end of that story. When the whole fire was over, what happened then? What happened then? Well, we went to Thanksgiving service at church the next day. It was the smallest attendance ever. Most people didn't think they had anything to be thankful about. We walked on through that whole Thanksgiving weekend. And then on Sunday, all Sunday afternoon, Pop Prevost, who owned Unaugusta Furniture Company, was on the local radio station. And every time they played another song, Pop Prevost came on between the songs, telling everybody who worked at Unaugusta Furniture Plant, no matter what shift they worked on, to be sure that they were at work at 8 o'clock the next morning to meet on Main Street in Hazelwood. And even people who didn't work there gathered up to see what in the world Pop had in mind. And when we all gathered in that street on Monday morning, school didn't even start till this was over with. We heard Pop Prevost announce, I've been thinking for a long time we needed to build a new furniture plant. And I've just bought this big field across the railroad track from Mr. Claude Allen. My daddy told my mama later, Pop Prevost hadn't had a thought in the world about a new furniture plant till the old one burned down. But that man would have bankrupted himself before he would have let that town down and not rebuilt the furniture. We got to school, we had an assembly program. And the speaker was a man named Mr. Heinz Roman. Mr. Heinz Roman and Mr. Walter Kaufman and Mr. Kurt Weil and Mr. Gerhard Liebscher, noticing those names? They were all German. They had all left Germany in the late 1930s when their furniture factory had been taken over by the Nazis. And they'd come to this little town in the North Carolina mountains, and they had built a little shoe factory that employed about 50 men and women that made shoes that were, imagine this, exported to 70 countries around the world. And Mr. Roman came to our assembly program to tell us that Welco Shoe had had such a wonderful year. They were bringing us all early Christmas presents. There were 2 trucks parked outside. One was a girl's truck and one was a boy's truck. And when the assembly was over, we got to all go out and climb in those trucks and each pick out 2 pairs of shoes, one to wear at home and one to wear at school, a Christmas present from Welco Shoe Corporation. Who were our helpers? Mr. Roman and Pop Prevost. What did we learn? We learned that we lived in a town in which the people were more important than the bottom line. And so we came out of that at a higher place than where we started. Where are we at the end? Who's there? And what's our new normal world? Now we have a whole story. So when you're playing with all of these scraps, all of these scraps of places, all of these scraps of people, all these little bubbles of memory, this is what we're looking for. The inverted day, which we could lead into with pictures of the norm and come out of with what was learned by making the journey. And in that process, we've discovered a whole story. And we all have hundreds of them. The only time we can't find them is when we're directly looking for them for tomorrow. Which is why we have to work on this ahead of time. We have to work on it all the time, so that by the time the need finally pops up, we don't look in a book, we look back into our own big, massive trunk of stories, and we have something to work with. Hope you'll keep working with this for a long, long time, and you'll have fun with your own stories.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That's good.
Thank you, Donald. So now, Sheila, we have you up to talk about how to have an impact without landing a blow.
That is true, but Sheila needs to go to the bathroom because,
Okay.
It's just that thing. And so how about, can we start at, can we go do this and at 2:05, everybody come back just so they can get some water and go to the bathroom and so I can get up and do that too?
Yep.
All right. Oh, I have friends
We're
that are all
gonna-
like
we're
raising
gonna
their
take
thumbs. That's
We're going
good.
to take a break now.
Okay, we'll do that. 2:05, everybody, be back here. Be ready. Bring your notebook and your paper. Okay.
don't think I need this one.
Okay. We are ready to start again. Sheila? You're muted, Sheila. Sheila, your mouth is moving, but we can't hear you.
Now can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me now?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone, you should be back from your trip, from whatever trip. I was informed that another way we could discuss going to the bathroom is that you would have a biohazard visit. Love that. So all kinds of ways we can do. I have friends that tell me I have to get up at least once an hour or so I will not have Zoom butt. Some of y'all have been used to Zoom butt as well. So there are going to be times I'm going to look down a little bit or look over because I want to see your faces. So every now and then you're going to see that. But that's just because I'm trying to see people's faces and also connect with them. All right, everybody with me? Okay, you got to nod your head, put up your thumb. You have to do something to show me where y'all are at. So that's good. I am going to say just about Donald. I had the opportunity to take Donald's class many, many, many years ago. And I still have my people's list and my places list. And I have another list. I can't remember what the other list was. But the trouble list. And so I have those lists of myself still to this day. So I would encourage you to find and start creating those lists for yourself. And when I started interviewing my father, as I told some of you I did, one of the things I asked him, which is, one of those questions that I could only get from somebody like Donald, is I asked my dad, so we did a whole day on, tell me about the cars in your life. And that was literally 3 to 4 hours worth of conversation about the cars in his life. And I had some friends that were like, why would you ask him that question? But it was appropriate for where he was. So I get to talk about story in a different way. How to talk about the hard things when we tell a story. So I first have to ask you to, one, put up your chat. So if you have chat, it's underneath the bottom of your black screen. Click on chat because we're going to use that because I can't hear all of you all. And there'll be times I'll ask for you, but there's times that I'm going to want to see what you say. So I'm going to ask you to put your chat up. So the first thing is, you heard me tell a story about my son. You heard a story about my father and his father, but you also heard me tell a story about my son. So the first question I have is, if that was that a hard story to hear? And if so, why? That's what I want you to write in the chat. And yes, I should see lots and lots of questions over there, answers over there. And I'm patient, so I'll take a time. You can, don't write me a book, okay? Was it a hard story to hear? If it wasn't, that's okay. Tell me why it was not a hard story to hear. But was it a hard story to hear? And if so, why was it a hard story to hear? All right, this is good. Now, if you have the chat on yourself, that means you can also read these answers as we go along. So that's part of it. So I'm not going to read every single answer out to you, but I'm going to let you have some of these that we'll do. Okay. Get some answers. Ooh. Okay, these are good. All right. Jennifer wrote, yes, a hard story to hear because I'm a parent and I was scared for him, for my son. Too familiar that my grandson will hear the talk. Brings it home. It's difficult to hear because of the injustice. That's a good one. It's interesting that things that just are so wrong, we just have a hard time listening to those things. It wasn't hard, but it was too familiar. And that's a scary thought, even, Roger. I like that, because if it's too familiar and it's wrong and it's not good, then it's, we're in a bad place that we need to make that an unfamiliar scene that happens more often. Yes, hard to hear. I've been Black in America for a long time. Okay, just checking. Were you ever another color before you were, I'm just checking, I'm just teasing you. All right, yes, it definitely has that. So I hope you will continue to put things on there. Telling that story is an important story to tell. It's a personal story, but it's an important story to tell because it has a bigger lesson. It has a bigger point of view. So part of the stories that are harder stories are ones that help us see what people are going through who might be other than us. That's number one. So we get a chance to look on the other side, see what the point of view is on the other side. POV, point of view, our perspective. What does it look like coming from them? How are things different from their point of view? That's an important thing to look at as we're telling stories that might be a little more challenging than we often tell. But it's also important because as we tell the story, sometimes it's also healing. It's healing in that the person telling the story is having a chance to be empowered. We've heard that word a lot over, particularly the last few years, as people who have been the victims of assault of various kinds have been able to tell their story and becoming empowered because people are actually listening. So when we tell a hard story, it helps others to see a different point of view. It helps those who are telling to have some healing. And then the last thing it does is it has the ability to reconcile. And well, not the last thing, the reconcile. And sometimes reconciliation also means action. I kind of put those two together. For those of us who know the word repentance, that repentance means to turn around, to do something different than you had done before. So if we are reconciling and going and saying, wow, I didn't realize this story was here, or this story is too familiar, I need to do something that helps turn this around, to reconcile, and our reconciliation that this happens then turns us to an action to make something different happen. That should be part of why we tell harder stories. It certainly was why Jesus told many hard stories, but also so did the prophets and those that we've heard through the years who have been great theologians, that have been great speakers, have often told hard stories for those reasons. And so that's one of the reasons these stories are important. So a little addendum to that story that I told you. Two things. One, we found out after a couple of days that the people that stopped my son were not Hampton Police Department. And that's really important to know because our Hampton Police Department has worked really hard because there was a bad shooting and that provoked much pain within the community, between the community and the law enforcement, that they've worked really hard to change that. And here we were at a time where we thought it was them that had stopped my son at this place and how bad that could have gone. We found out later it was not them. It was the Department of Homeland Services, whatever it was. So we found out it wasn't them, and we found out that our police departments didn't even know what they were doing there. And so we were saved from that. But then we also, another addendum to that is when I told that story, I ended up telling it on the stage at Tejas at the festival I went to. Didn't expect to, changed the story, told the story. Up to me runs afterwards. After all that program is over, this man runs up to me, and he is Texas down. Now I want you to think of this. I want you to look at who I am. I'm an African American woman. I have a little Southern in me, but I, very well, then I'm in a predominantly white area. And he comes up to me and he is Texas. He's got the cowboy hat. He's got the boots on. I think he probably had spurs on. Okay, maybe he didn't. But, he is all Texas. And he's got that gruff look on his face. And I can tell this is Texas coming up to me. But Texas is coming up to me with tears streaming down his face. He comes up to me. He can't even speak. He don't know me, but he wraps his arms around me and he holds on and sobs. And he says to me, I never believed those stories. I never believed them. I've watched you all weekend here, how you shared and how I just love hearing your stories and just how you're talking to people. I loved the class you did. I've gotten to know you. And it's happened in your life. And I know you. It's happening to others. I am so sorry that I haven't believed. I believe now. And I just held on to him as he held on to me, apologizing again and again and again, how he hadn't, honestly, in using my words for what he was saying, but he hadn't been a good ally. And now he was going to become one. That's what these hard stories sometimes can do. But we have to be careful with how we do them and cautious of what we say and how we say it. Okay? Everybody with me on that? We're there together so far? That makes sense? Okay, good. So there's lots of ways to tell hard stories. We have personal stories that we can tell. And I will tell you that personal stories, we always need to be careful. Donald says something, and I love the fact, I'm just going to tell you all, I'm kind of a little bit Twitter-pated. I get to be here with Donald on a workshop. So I don't get to often do the workshops with them. So this is really, really, really fun for me to be able to have that. But one of the things Donald has said in some of the workshops he's done is be careful with using people and identifying them. And, be careful about how we treat people's characters and reputations as we speak. And it's very true for even personal stories that are going to be a little bit more difficult. We do need to be cautious about how we do that, cautious about how we identify and what, how much detail we go into something. Does that not mean that we don't tell the truth? Oh, no, I believe in the truth. And sometimes I feel like somebody's name needs to be told because they deserve what has happened. But we realize we have the power of words as a storyteller. There is great, great power in us telling stories. Let's say that again. There's great, great power when we tell stories. We can harm somebody to the depth of their core by the words we use. We can lift someone up from the bottom of their pit so they have a new life with the words we use. So when we are identifying people, we need to be cautious and careful. In this particular story, because my son says, and he says in the story, I'm a Black man and you all are 5 white officers. I say that word. I say those words like that. Those were his words. But when I'm doing other character work, I'm very conscious that I don't always say all whites, all Blacks, all Asians. I make sure that I'm very particular about how I say it. That's why I come back and I say that it's not the Hampton Police Department, because this is not all law enforcement. I don't want that to happen. We have to be particular when we say things. Does that make sense what I'm saying that, guys? Does that make sense? All right, I see some shakings of the head. That's good. Gwen, you just stay right there in the camera with me, girlfriend, because I'm watching you. You're getting good. All right. And that's lovely. So we want to be really careful as we do that. The other thing is when we're telling these types of stories, you're going to have to be vulnerable. And the emotion is there. But This is not therapy, okay? It's real important that this is storytelling, not therapy. How do you know when you can tell the story? I will be honest with you. I told that story on the stage at Tejas a little too early. Now, did God use that story to help somebody else? Yes. But I ended that story on that stage that day and couldn't hear anyone else's story because I was just broken by telling it. I hadn't walked with the story long enough to be able to tell it. And it would be a long time before I brought that story up again. We cannot tell a story before we have begun the process of reconciliation ourselves with the story. Does that mean I don't cry in the story? Oh no, I still get emotional about the story. There are times I still cry in the story. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem seeing others cry when they tell their stories. I do have a problem if they are not prepared and all they can do is focus on only the pain. And they haven't gotten to, he doesn't have that page up, but hasn't gotten to the helper or the learning. If you haven't gotten to the helper or the learning, we have some places that we still need to go because we're still trying to process it for ourselves. In a small group, if you're with a small group of people and you share a story like that, that probably is fine because you have a small group of people that will help you process that. But as you get to a larger group of people and you're standing up and telling that story, you need some time to make sure that you've processed the story as well. Okay. So, but don't be afraid of your emotions. When you get up and tell a story, be vulnerable. I have to be very vulnerable in that story. The other thing about IDing, if you are going to mention a person, get their permission to do it. Now, here's the truth. My son, he's in tons of stories, and I have never asked his permission for any story I've ever done about my son, which is unfair to him. And I had to go through a class with Donald to one day go back and say, by the way, are you okay with the stories that I tell all about you? He says, oh yes, the ones you've been telling about me all my life. And like, yeah, those stories. Are you okay with that? And so now I'm much more kind to him. And I actually say, can I tell that story? Can I speak your words? And my son knows that I will protect his story and care for him and treat his story with dignity. So he's okay with that. And we need to make that decision. Are we going to treat a story with dignity? Are we going to undo people, or are we going to treat their story with dignity? And then we just need to be cautious about creating angels or demons. I don't want somebody to walk away thinking that every law enforcement person is a demon, nor that every Black young man that's stopped is an angel, nor that every Black woman that hears the story is some kind of, superhero therapist that, has to do that. I don't want people to walk away with that. And so I have to be very careful in how I use my words. And if I feel like I'm doing that, if that's what's coming back to me in responses, I need to listen carefully to what people are saying back to me. Do I want you to feel a little of this anxiety? Yeah. Because I want you to know what it feels like. But then I want you to be able to process it so you know what you can do next. So those are some of the things and some of the ways that we could tell hard stories. So now for my enjoyment and your thought process. And by the way, I'm going to be keeping my chat. So the things that you have here on chat are going to be helpful for me in the future. And hopefully you'll save your chat as well. If you don't know how to do that, over there at the chat at the bottom, it says to everyone. And then directly across from that, it says file. And then there's 3 little dots. If you click on those 3 little dots, it'll say save chat. And if you save the chat, it'll create its own little thing on your document. It's called Zoom, and there will be your notes. So just FYI. So if you want to save some notes on here, that's one of the ways that you can do it. So here's my next question for you. What would be some hard topics that you feel like you'd like to share stories about or hear stories about? So yes, this is one of those times you're using the chat again. Let me know what are some of those stories and what kind of topics do you think may be more difficult or even controversial that you'd like to hear more stories about, or that you might like to tell stories about. Okay, so I'm going to wait for you all to do some tap, tap, tapping and see what happens. I like it. I love to see everybody they back up and they all relax and like, oh, she's making me type again. Okay, here we go. Okay. That's good. Having a child who has been chronically ill most of her life. Oh, Eileen. Wow. That would be good. Personal failure or pain. Mental health in my family. Value of the aging population. Wow. Woo. Yes. Dealing with addiction. Escaping domestic abuse. Caring for a loved one. Grief and loss in the era of COVID. Wow. That hits me hard right now. My stepmother, Ma Vera, she's her and my father attending 2 funerals today from friends the last 2 weeks for COVID. Yeah. Being white and talking about experiences of racism. Ooh, good. And building community and tearing down walls. How people came to have a personal relationship with Jesus. That's a great question. It used to be, as Jerry said, something we talked about often in church because we told those kind of stories. Although I don't know if you've ever been in a church that had testimonials and then they were all drunks and then they found the Lord, or they were, prostitutes as far as we know, the way they talk about this, that they found the Lord, and then they were thieves and criminals, they found the Lord, and there would be young people that would be like, I don't have a good testimony. I've never done anything bad. I got to go do some bad things so I can find the Lord and then have a good testimony. So, but we don't want to put testimonies out there so that only the bad, find that. We actually do need to talk about how you get kept from things because you have a relationship with God, and that's just as strong. These are great. So how can we talk about these types of stories? Well, first, we got to find out what direction we want to come from. Do we have a personal story? Are we comfortable with telling the personal story yet? We might not be. It might be an important topic for us to have, but we just don't have the words to use for it right now. So one of the things we might do is go to the world of folktale and fairy tale. I love folktales and fairy tales. And I know you don't know this about Donald. I just found out because I've seen the album. He used to tell folk tales and fairy tales all the time. I've seen the album, Donald. I know what your album looks like now. And so he has the structure of storytelling, even his personal stories. And some of that comes because you learn folk tales and fairy tales. And you're like, you might be thinking, folk tales and fairy tales, what does that have to do? Well, let's start with the basic one. I'm going to use my share screen here for a second because I can. I'm excited about that. And thank you all for letting that happen. And I'm going to show you one of the most favorite things that I start with. And this is, hold on a second, let me just get it there. There we go. And it is Aesop's Fables. Now I'm hoping that you've learned about Aesop's Fables. There it is, right there. So Aesop's Fables. Aesop's Fables are those things that you were required to learn while you were in school at some point in time. So you've heard at least one Aesop fable. Most of you have heard the tortoise and the hare. How many of y'all have ever heard the tortoise and the hare? The turtle thing. Okay, Jennifer's heard of it. There's a couple people, some other people are like, oh, okay. And not a whole lot of people have heard of the tortoise and the hare. Okay, Pastor Liz has heard about it. All right, Ian's heard, very good. There's a couple people that have heard the tortoise and the hare. And, or if you heard the lion and the mouse. You learned the lion, who's a big bad lion, and then the mouse comes over. Okay, very good. Got Judith and Dan. There's a couple people nodding their heads there. And other people are still looking at me like, I don't even think I know what these things are yet, but that's okay. So Aesop's fables are these stories that are these short stories. Now, the truth about it is Aesop was probably not one person. He was probably the name that was given for several people who had stories that had morals, and they generally had animals that were used in it, and they have a lesson. So if you look on here, you'll see the fable name on the actual screen share, the fable name and the moral of the story. Now this is pretty easy. I typed in Aesop's Fables and tons of stuff comes up. This is called aesopsfables.com. I can't get much easier than that. And then you have all these stories. But what I look for is I go to the moral of the story. And I start to look at those morals to see what things might fit what I'm talking about right now. What things might fit some of the things that I need to know. Whatever you do, do with all your might. Not everything you see is what it appears to be. That might be one of those stories that connects to what it feels like to take care of someone who might be chronically ill. That there might be great joy, and that on the outside, people see everything as being, oh, it's working out okay, but behind the scenes, it's not always what you think it is. Little by little does the trick. That's a great description of addiction. To come out of addiction doesn't happen like all at one time. It's little by little comes the trick. Sometimes you can take one of these actual fables, these actual stories here, and you can change the names, you can change the time zone, the time zone, but you can change the, not time zone, change make it contemporary in the kind of thing you want to do. So I could tell The Lion and the Mouse and completely be a businessman and the janitor, okay? It could be a businessman, it could be a CEO of a company and the janitor. And the CEO catches the janitor sleeping on the job. Catches him sleeping on the job. He is about to fire him. Yeah, you got to go. But the janitor says, oh, please don't fire me. He said, one day you'll need me. And the businessman goes, the CEO goes, I don't need you. I can get 50 of you. He said, no, sir. One day you're going to need me and I'm going to change your life that day. You're going to need me. And it makes the CEO laugh so hard. He's like, I will never need this janitor. I don't even know why this janitor's here in my butt. But he lets him go. But don't let me catch you never doing it again. Well, one day, the CEO, he's at work. It's been a long day. It's been a hard day. In the bottom drawer of the CEO's office after this long day, well, he has just a little bit of rum. He drinks a little nip, another little nip, another little nip. And don't you know, he didn't realize how much he had drunk. And now he's trying to get home. But he doesn't walk out of the office because everybody will know right away that something is wrong. And he needs to get a cab, but he can't call a cab because everybody will know something is wrong. This is not good. This is not a good look. And he knows this is a really bad situation. And so he stays in the office later and later and later until the doors start to close. And then he stands up and promptly falls to the ground because he doesn't remember how the floor feels. And the janitor comes by. The janitor sees him, helps him up, gets him some coffee. With no shame, calls him a cab, walks with him downstairs, and makes it look like the CEO is just having a difficult conversation with the janitor. So that's why they're so close. He sees him into the car, the taxi, and says, sir, don't worry. I won't make that same mistake again. To make it look like the CEO didn't have any problems. And the next day when he gets to work, the CEO sends a note around that there's something in his trash can that needs to be emptied. The janitor comes in, and the CEO admits, yeah, there's times I need to not look at the cover. I need to realize everybody can help. Now, I just took The Lion and the Mouse and turned it into another story, but it's still the same story of us not looking on the outside of people, but looking further into them and acknowledging that sometimes we need help from surprising places. I'm supposed to be looking at that camera, sorry. From surprising places. And so that's one of the ways that I look at the Aesop's fables, is I look at them and I go, maybe my story can be told by contemporizing or actually using one of these stories. All right, I saw some of y'all looking at that list, and I was very excited about that because that tells me you're thinking about this. All right, now getting off of that one. Okay, very good. All right, just want to make sure I say stories about how this current climate. Oh, very good. All right, so does that make sense when I say that that's one of the ways you can tell this story? Yes. Okay. Good. Got good thumbs up and all kinds of things. Roger, you look like you're thinking about that a little bit. You have any questions on that yet? You're good. Y'all are like, she can actually see me. She's just calling me out. Yes, I am. And, and even if I can't see you, I can sometimes call you out. So let me just do that. And Crystal, I hope you're getting that too. Just want to make sure you know I know you're there, Crystal. Okay, so that'll be good. All right. So the other way, another way that we can do it if we can't feel or not comfortable with the personal story, we can also use something that we almost all of us, because of where we're coming from, are familiar with. And going back to my share screen, hopefully this will work with no problems here. Whoops, where'd it go? Whoops, there you go. There we go. We can go and we can use parables. And parables, of course, are, we're very familiar with them in the sense that Jesus uses parables. And so we're like, oh, yes, we know parables. Just a reminder or a knowledge thing is that parables aren't just for Jesus. Jesus wasn't the only one who used them, all right? And the parables and what they meant at the time they were written, we've done a lot of changing over what they mean now. And how we, put our own thing in it, which I don't think is improper. Just know that Jesus was using things that were timely for where he was as well. So we also need to be careful about how we use it. And that's why we can change them a little bit to make them more of our time. But parables, that good comparison is a great way to do that. Probably most of us that use parables use only the parables of Jesus. But I want to encourage you to be challenged a little bit to look at some of the other parables that are in the Bible, the parables of the Old Testament. If you haven't looked at some of the Old Testament parables, they are wonderful. There's this one particular parable that I've kind of likened to today. Someone talked about the climate of today, and it's about the trees choosing a king. You see, Gideon's sons, 70 sons, they were leading all the people during the time of Judges, but he had one son who was the son of not certain if it was a slave woman, And this one son of the slave woman said, hey, why are all of you all serving, the sons of Gideon? Why don't you're my people, some of these people, you're my people. Why don't we rise up, kill all the sons of Gideon, and I'll become your king? And so he plans that the people that are from his family, his mother's side, agree with them. They invite all the sons of Gideon to come, and they slaughter all of them except one. There's always one left. And that one runs into the mountain hills. And up from the mountains, he yells out to the people, and he calls out and he tells them a parable. And he says, there was a time when all the trees asked for there to be a king. They went to the olive tree, and the olive tree said, why should I stop making olives in order to be able to be your king? They went to the cedar, the large and tall cedar, and the cedar said, why should I stop growing and my sweet smelling cedar be used for the woods and things like that? Why should I stop doing that to be king? So they went to the bramble. They went to the bush that had the thistles. And he said, I'll be your king if you come and sit underneath me. And the people began to back off. But because they had asked him to be king, fire went out and burned them all. What does that parable mean? Be careful who you choose as your leader. If they don't have experience in being a king, we might want to think about if they're the ones to be that. God pointed. I remember when I read that one, I was like, oh, wow, we should have been telling this parable a long time ago to think about it. But the parables of the Old Testament tend to be ones that we're not as familiar with. And I would challenge you that if there's some things that you might want to talk about that are a little more challenging, that will also be difficult or controversial, you might want to use some of the older, not as well-known parables that you can connect to make that happen as well. So the parables are a way, and you can create your own parables. Now, I'm not a preacher. I'm gonna tell you that. I like to talk. That's no doubt about that. Y'all have figured that out. But for a long time there, I decided that I would create parables because parables are basically comparisons from one to the other. So I would take these walks into nature, and then I would just kind of keep my eyes open. That's always what I call it. Keeping my eyes open for the parable that was out there. And this is when I was young and didn't know any better, but it's okay. I still do this today. So one time I came across 3 trees, and these trees were amazing. There was one tree that looked like it was standing up straight and tall. The reality of it, there was a branch, there was a vine that had wrapped itself around the tree, and the tree was actually dead because of the vine that it wrapped around it. There was another tree, and that tree was leaning over, and it was bending so hard that it was just leaning, and it looked like any moment it was going to fall. But it is leaning and leaning and leaning, and just had been beat so much by the wind and the weather, it just couldn't right itself anymore. And it began its branches to go down and not go up. There was that tree, this tree, and then in the middle was a smaller tree that was coming up out of the ground. And it was given space and air, and it was going to grow strong and tall. Our lives are like those trees. Sometimes we think that we're alive, but we've been wrapped around by things that have choked us for so long, that inside we're really dead. Sometimes our lives are like ones that have been bent by the wind and by the things around our environment for so long, we can't seem to look forward anymore. We're always seeming to look down. And sometimes our lives are like a tree that is beginning to grow and still blossoming, and given air and space will rise higher and higher. And eventually will become large enough for animals to sit upon us and to find shelter. That's a parable. That's one that I wrote. All right, it says unmute myself. Do I need to unmute myself? Nope, they said okay. Okay, just my screen says unmute myself. Okay, very good. All right, so, Kevin Melqueen has a question. Kevin, unmute yourself, my friend. Ask me your question.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, there you go.
Thought I was raising my thumb. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No
And you did raise your thumb. So Jerry, just so you know, if they put their thumb, that raised thumb, that little icon, it means that they're just saying they agree with me. I love that. That's great. But see, Kevin, we're all over it. That's awesome. And then my last way that I wanted to share about sharing hard stories is called the historical. Now, Jerry shared with you that I do historic character interpretations, and I will say that's something that I thoroughly love. There are 13 women in history that I portray from the 1600s to the 1970s, and I enjoy each and every one of them. I love portraying people that are lesser known and not the women that we know about. Now, I was raised in a time where most people, if they heard about any Black women at all, only knew 3. And you know who those are. Some of y'all know. One of them is Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and Rosa Parks. And that's pretty much what anybody knew. And literally, I grew up with those names basically only. So I had determined long ago that when I did performances of African-American women, that I was going to do women that weren't well known. Now, some of these women are now more known than they were when I started doing this 17 years ago. But back when I first started, the names of Fannie Lou Hamer and even Zora Neale Hurston And of course, and then One Judge and Madam C.J. Walker weren't names that were known as well as they are known or better known these days. So that was first. But also, I use history as a way to talk about things I could not normally talk about. You see, when you go back and you're the person in history and you talk through the eyes of that person and share the story through the eyes of that person, now that doesn't mean that you necessarily need to get dressed up. I do the dress up thing, would love to come to you, been to Jerry's church, it's awesome. But I don't have to. I can just say, I'm going to tell this story as, and then I share the story as that person. But when I'm that person, I can say things that I wouldn't normally be able to get away with without having that persona from that time period. And sometimes because I'm a different time period, I can help people to talk and think about things that might be very, very uncomfortable. So when I talk as Old Bess or as Betsy Costner about being a slave, well, people can actually have the conversation about slavery, how that is and how that affects still today in a way that I could not have done before. People can ask me questions in character that they wouldn't know if it was okay to ask me if I was just being myself. And some of the things that we can use for hard talking is to be people that tell the stories of our history. Now, I can be honest, I'm not United Methodist, and so I don't know a lot of the heroes and heroines of the United Methodist Church. But I am fairly certain, because of all the other religions that I have at least had exposure to, that probably most of your people don't know those stories either. We don't know the stories of those who have in time been heroes and heroines. Or if we know some stories, we only know from a certain point of view. We might know men's stories, not know women's. We might know stories of Caucasians and not know African Americans or Asians or Latina. Who is it that they're seeing? How can their stories help us to talk about hard things? I think one of the things we often neglect is church history. And I'm not just talking about a denomination. I'm talking about the church and the history beyond what we see in the Bible, like what happened next? Who are the people we should know about? Who are the ones that set an example for how we should live? I loved learning about St. Valentine. I did that, honestly, because I was doing a character in history. And I was doing it on the day of Valentine's Day in front of a bunch of kids. It's not a good day. Not a good day on Valentine's Day in front of a bunch of fourth graders to do a character in history. Because all they really want to do is get a Valentine and some cupcakes. But here I was coming in, getting ready to tell a story and decided to do the history of St. Valentine's Day. I was at a Christian school when I was doing this. And so I actually spoke about the fact that Valentine's Day, that St. Valentine was actually talked about in the 1800s. I'm sorry, 1700s. And so as I talked, I actually said to the kids, do you know what day this is? It's St. Valentine's Day. The kids all knew that. And I said, oh, it's so good that you know about St. Valentine. And then they looked at me with blank faces because none of them knew that. I began to talk about St. Valentine and how he was willing to disobey the law that said that men should not and could not get married by the priests because they wanted those men for war. And if they were married, they were less able to get them to go fight in their military. But St. Valentine refused to listen to that. And so he married them anyway and was killed for such. What a lovely story. I remember when I read it, I was like, what a lovely story. One I had no idea about, and the kids didn't. And it brought up lots of conversations afterwards when I came out of character about why someone would want to keep men from being married and why war was more important in some people's minds. That was a way to talk about something I didn't expect with those kids. History has a way that when we present people's lives of talking about issues that we normally wouldn't talk about. If you are Caucasian and I want to talk a little bit about what it was like and how sometimes I saw things that were wrong or, how do I speak out? How do I share about this? We might do it through the history of somebody. We might talk about what it felt like to be someone who was defending that there should be segregation, defending that busing shouldn't happen, just so that you can show how that process is in minds, and then have a conversation about why that concept doesn't really work for us as Christians. So we can present ourselves as people that we really respect and people that we may not totally respect, but learning from their point of view helps us to see their point of view. A friend of mine portrays Adolf Hitler. Don't repel against me yet. Don't go there. He doesn't portray him as Adolf Hitler, the dictator. He portrays him as Adolf Hitler when he first started running for office, when he was a charismatic speaker, when people showed up in throngs to listen to him speak, and that when he spoke, they felt like he was a person for the man. He was the man for the people. And he does it for one reason. So people can learn that the cult of personality can sometimes lead to someone who takes on more power than they should. But it always doesn't start like that. Doesn't always start like that. Okay, so I've given you 4 kind of ways to tell stories. Using the personal, to tell harder stories. Using your personal story. Using an Aesop's fable, or a folktale or fairy tale if you like to. Using a parable and creating your own parables. And using history. Historical stories about people or events that you can use to relate to what's happening. All right, so let me go look over here just for a quick second at some of the things that you have. And I love that. How to work through my, okay. So very good. I was going to pay personal failure or pain. I'm going to choose mental health in my family, okay? And I'm going to do all 4 of those, mental health in my family, as if I was talking to them. I'm not going to tell you the whole stories. I'm just going to use that one. And it's only because that's quick on my list. So if I was going to tell us a personal story, I would start with the story of me. And I would start in the story of Professor. So when I left Germany, where my father was stationed, we had to quickly move from Germany over to Rhode Island so my dad could go to the Naval War College. I hated that move. There was never a move that was any more difficult, ever, except that move. And we were only going to live in Rhode Island for 1 year while my dad was in college. For my father, this was a huge boon to his career. From this, he would be certain to be on a general's list one day. For his oldest daughter, this was hell. So I entered into the 6th grade or the 7th grade in Rhode Island in a whole new place. We'd never lived in New England before. And my parents put my baby sister in the room with me. I was the oldest. I should have my own room. But my 2 sisters were at odds with each other on a constant basis, and my parents needed some sanity, so they put my baby sister in with me, and that fried me. And I felt alone. And so I began to bicycle all the time. I called my bicycle Aquarius. Aquarius began to talk to me. And Aquarius began to take me places. It was with Aquarius that we got to an old graveyard that was actually on top of a hill away from all the houses. And at the end of the graveyard was basically it stopped and it was just a cliff that went down into the water. More and more, Aquarius took me there. More and more, I began to walk that graveyard further and further and further back until I got one day to the very edge. And I looked down. And what Aquarius was saying to me is, it's okay if you fall. No one will miss you. I was seriously thinking that. And as I looked over the side, thinking how much I wanted the water below, a voice came. And the voice said, "Hello, Sheila. My name is Professor. I have many things to show you." And I said, "Okay, I'll follow you." At that point in my life, I did not know that those voices were my own anxiety. Aquarius's voice left, and Professor stayed with me for another 2 years, helping me walk through the move to my next place and all the changes. And every time I got so afraid, Professor would come and speak to me. Until the last year, this past year of my life, I've never been able to tell the story of the people that spoke to me that kept me alive. I was always ashamed. I always felt I was the only one. Now I speak the story because there's a lot of people who have voices that tell them things to do that may harm them, but also have voices that helps them stay alive. And I want them to know that they do not need to be ashamed. And if they share, they could even get more help. Okay. Everybody got that? All right. So that's the way I could tell that story personally. All right. So if I was looking at telling that story or a story similar, and I use Aesop's fables, now I got to challenge myself because I got to think about it just a little bit. I might, I'd have to think. I picked something that I have to think about. So I'll think on that one for a second. But if I was to tell it as a parable, one of the parables that I probably would use. And the shepherd looked around. He looked around and he counted his sheep, and one was missing. He called out for the one that was missing because he noticed he was gone. And he left the other 99 sheep there. They were fine. But this one, something was wrong. And so the shepherd left looking for the one. And when he found that one sheep, the sheep wasn't tied up in brambles and thistles. The sheep wasn't just walking around. The sheep wasn't just sitting. The sheep was scurrying, frightened. It had gone near the woods and heard voices. It had heard the sounds of wolves and got afraid and ran to another side and heard the sounds of tigers and lions and got afraid and couldn't find the water. And what it found was brackish and it couldn't find good grass and it became afraid. And so it had gotten further and further from the herd until it was by itself. And now it had no idea of where to go and who to call out for. And it thought it was all alone. And even as the shepherd's voice, he could hear it. He became afraid that the shepherd would see him in such a condition, with his wool now dirty and unclean and unkept, and that the shepherd would just take him, and the shepherd would be so angry. You might even break his legs and use him for food only. But the shepherd kept calling. And when the shepherd saw the sheep, he was not angry. He ran to the sheep and with care and love and patience, he lifted the sheep to tell him he could come home and he would be heard and he was not alone. Let us be shepherds, looking for those who may be afraid, who may hear voices deep and long and away from us, who may scurry from place to place, afraid to share the burden inside of them, that they might hear some voices, that they go high and low quickly. Let us search for them. And as we search for them with kindness, grace, and patience, let them know they have a home. Okay, how did that work? Are y'all getting the idea of how this works? And then I could tell a historical story. I would just have to find a person that might have had a mental health issue or worked with people with mental health issues. And I could tell their story of how that came and how they worked through that, or how they really struggled through that, or how they succumbed in ways and were surprised by that. But it's different ways. Those are the four main ways that I look at telling hard stories. And things that are a little more challenging, but make them hearable to people, because I am using a format that is vulnerable from my point of view, and that is open, but also that doesn't make angels and demons and divide people while we're having this conversation. I hope that makes sense. It's 3:00 on the dot. I did really well. And so I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to Jerry.
Do we need a biohazard break again?
I think we're supposed to, they said they were supposed to have a break now. So
Why don't we take a biohazard break for 5 minutes and come back at 3:05, and then we'll have our last plenary session with lots of Q&A and discussion, and then we will have our headliners do their closeout stories, and we're done for the day. So
okay, what time are we expecting to be done for the day, Jerry?
by 5.
By 5. We need a few more minutes here.
We need to reset the room.
We have to reset the room a little bit so that we can get people in the right places. So could we have 10 minutes at least?
Well, right now we're not doing the last session yet. We're doing the plenary.
Yeah, but we need to reset the room.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
So can we do 3:15?
3:15.
3:15. Thank you, everybody.
We're taking a long biohazard.
Yes, that means you can get up and walk out with the biohazard if you want
Right.
to. Okay.
3:15.
3:15. All right.
So the plenary is
Okay, so we are at our last plenary session. This is meant to be a session of, can everybody hear me? This is meant to be sort of, what did we learn today? And let Sheila and Donald share their great wisdom with us, and they can talk back and forth between them and have just a general discussion as to, what are the secrets of storytelling. So let me ask one question, which is, I've gone to the theater and seen a really good actor do a one-person show from writings of some writer, and essentially, it's very entertaining. How does that differ from storytelling? How does having a really good actor giving a monologue from some other writer differ from hearing Donald Davis give his story about whatever?
I can give a little answer from an experience I had. Some years ago, I was invited up to New York, up to Westchester County, to do a benefit for family services, and it was organized by Jason Robards Jr.'s wife. And many of you probably remember him as a marvelous actor, both on screen and on stage. And he introduced us. So Joe Callahan and I did this show, and he introduced us. And this was his introduction to help people understand the difference. He walked out on the stage and he said, I'm Jason Robards. All of you know me. And of course, everybody did. And he said, I am only Jason Robards at my best when Jason Robards disappears. I'm only Jason Robards at my best when only Ibsen appears, or only Tennessee Williams appears, or only whoever I'm portraying appears. When people see me instead of the person I'm portraying, I'm not doing a good job. He said, with storytelling, it's precisely the opposite. With storytelling, you meet the writer, you meet the stage director, you meet the producer, you meet all the people standing before you in the person of the storyteller. And there too, he said, he went on to say, and it was reflected my feelings exactly. He said, they're precisely opposites. In one, you disappear. In the other, you are the event. And that was a very fascinating and insightful answer, or a way of introducing us so people would understand what they were seeing with storytelling.
I agree. And I also think that one of the things that happens with a story as a storyteller, or even as a one-woman show that I do as a storyteller, is that I never have a wall between myself and the audience. There is no wall. I don't care if you came thinking we were going to theater, I'm going to break the wall down and have a conversation with you. I also don't have a script. I use an outline. Even most of my stories are kind of outlines. Some of them maybe have been told the same way 100 times, but there's still an outline, meaning I can pull in and take out, put in and take out as I need to based on the timing and the amount of time I have, what information needs to be there. And I can always change as the audience needs to have that change. So that's a big part for me, is that it's movable, and there's never a wall between myself and the audience. Once it's a wall between myself and the audience, I'm doing theater.
Yep. When I first got out of seminary, I was preaching the way I was taught and watching people fall asleep. One of the first people who heard me during that time period was my Uncle Grover. My Uncle Grover was born in 1885 He taught school and read law, and then took the bar exam, and then practiced law until he was 93 years old. And after he heard me preach that first time, he looked at me and he said, Donald, when I'm defending a person on trial for their life, they don't want to watch me reading to the jury the reasons they should be acquitted. They want to watch me pleading with the jury in whatever way it takes for that jury to hear them, the reasons they should be acquitted. And so I learned from that very much. You know, story is not script. We have to be prepared to tell the story every way it can possibly be told and reshaped and molded and honed and sharpened. Because as we're looking at those people as we tell it, the question, did I say it, is a totally unimportant question. The only important question is, do they hear it? Do they hear it? Do they hear it? And so that preparation process, you can't script it. You can't do it. It's like building a bridge for a creek when you haven't seen the creek yet. We're negotiating the story with a living audience. We're throwing out a rope. We're challenging the audience to pick up the other end of the rope and help us pull it up tight between us. And then together we're walking the story back and forth on that rope between the two of us. And the audience is talking back to us. They're talking back to us with laughter, with nods, with posture, sometimes with a sound, not always an amen, but so, you know, sometimes a sound of some kind. That kind of quietness that is so quiet, you know, that it's absolute attention. That kind of quietness that's so noisy, you know, people are trying to stay awake. And so it's a dialogue. It's not a presentation. Story is not a presentation. It's a true dialogue event. It's a real two-sided communication event. And so that's a thing that has to be learned if it's going to be effective.
I've done a lot of reading about storytelling over the years, and a lot of the literature talks about storytelling is being emotional, that you're really tapping into the humanity of your audience, that for a story to be really an effective story, there's an emotional bond that gets created, going to what you were just saying, that it's not the head, it's the heart that you're really trying to tap into.
I always say, and first let me say this. For all y'all to know what's going on, we have like 4 different cameras in here and we got a big TV. So we're looking at all the different places. So if it feels like, why are they looking down? We're just not certain all the time where to look. So please be patient with us as we walk through this, and it's being videotaped so it can be utilized in the future. So thank you for your patience as we all walk through this. One of the things I always say is that, and I say this in every class, a good story begats a good story. Begat is that old biblical word for fornication. And that's really the only reason I use it, is so then I can now use the word fornication afterwards. But anyhow, a good story begats a good story. It gives birth to a good story. Donald and I have both, I don't even have to question him, has he experienced this, where there'll be people that will wait in line to talk to us for 15, 20, 30 minutes, just so they can say, your story reminded me of, and they have to tell the story. They will wait in line just so they can make that connection. And one of the great things about good storytelling is it makes you think of a story. It makes you think, whether it's a good story or a bad story, but it makes you think of a story. It pulls on people's emotions in that way, that it sends you to another place. One of the other things, I mean, it would be a whole nother category of stories, I suppose. But if you listen to more and more stories and more storytellers tell stories, you'll find more of your own stories. Because if it's a well-told story, you can't but go, oh, that reminds me of. And it might remind you of another story, but it also might remind you of yourself. And I think that's where emotion really pops in with a really good story.
Because, see, remember the word parable comes from the same root word as the word parallel. And the word parable, that's not a story that teaches a lesson. No, parable, because it's a parallel, a parable is a story which, when we hear that story, it pulls out of us another story we wouldn't have thought of without hearing the first one. That's why they're parallel, and that's why it's a parable. It's a functional definition that works in that kind of way. And see, my sense of emotion is that a story can't really be serious unless there's some laughter in it. And the reason for that is we do not like to volunteer to cry, but we love to volunteer to laugh. And if somebody tries to make us cry, we fight that. But if somebody helps us be free to laugh, we love it. And the big trick is, once we laugh, we've left the feeling room, the thinking room, and moved into the feeling room. Laughter is not an act of thinking, it's an act of feeling. And once we laugh our way into the feeling room, then all the other feelings are just right around the corner. So if once I have you laughing, we can move right around to the other side of laughter, and we can safely touch tears if that's what we're doing appropriately at that point. I never had a funeral in which we did not do a lot of laughing. Why would you miss someone if you had no memories about them that you laughed about? And then once we're in laughter, we're touching tears safely and joyful tears.
You see that in a lot of hard, difficult things, is that laughter. In the story that I told about my son, we're starting with that packing clothes, and packing clothes late. And it was fun to watch you all kind of giggle and, okay, yeah, I've been there. I've been the one. And then not listening to your child. I mean, just like, okay, whatever. You're here telling a story, not really listening to you until it changes. I will say just another addendum, since that seems to be my word for right now. Another thing that happened when I was in Tejas is I finished telling that story, came off the stage, was just devastated. But right behind me, and when I actually could hear him a little bit, right behind me, the next storyteller right behind me was the funniest thing I've ever heard. And you would think, how could you have something so powerful and then something so amazingly funny? And doesn't that take away? Not at all. People so much needed, they wanted to remember my story and they were going to remember it, but they needed a moment to have breath. And that breath was a laughter. And what was most strange is that the story became stronger in people's minds because of the laughter that happened afterwards in another story. Not less than, but it became deeper because they had moments to really take a breath and not just have to say. It would have been horrible if that story, the way I told it that day, had been the last story to tell.
Yeah, if I'm telling a story in a multiple teller setting, we need balance. We need emotional balance. And if a person before me tells a story that is just absolutely hilarious, it's not time to try to outlaugh that. It's now time to come down to a place where we can look at some depth. But if a person before me has taken us to a deep place, it's not time to dig the hole deeper. It's time to come back up and help us achieve that emotional balance that we need that goes along, because that's what makes us come out even in the end. I guess emotionally even in the end, having that kind of balance.
Desperately need laughter. I read something the other day that said laughter is audible hope. I love that. Beth Moore said that. Laughter is audible hope.
So is storytelling a way of helping someone else walk in your shoes? Or in essence, I mean, we have within our own conference now an issue of racism and just tensions about how do we get rid of what racism is in our annual conference and in our lives, is sharing stories a way of, people taking your instance, Sheila, talking about your son being stopped by the police. And I know when we had you at our church, it was a cathartic experience in terms of there wasn't a dry eye in the congregation by the time you finished your presentation on slavery. But it was a way of people, maybe it's too simple to say walking in the shoes, but at least having empathy. You understand better what's going on when you hear a story that is done in a way that it's emotional, and there's a feeling there that you can appreciate. Then because we met later in our adult education class, and we had a very open discussion at that point, and I think that your presentation helped bring that about, because people felt much more able to talk.
I think stories actually can create a safe space for you to talk about difficult things afterwards. And not even just difficult things, to talk about things, to connect a bond between people. I think that's one of the things that stories has the ability to do. So you can walk in somebody's shoes, you can learn about other people. Not all stories are made for that. I mean, as intense as we are right now, not every story is made so that you will, learn some other perspective. And some stories are necessary for laughter and humor and inspiration. And that may not be in other people's shoes. But stories have the ability to create a space where you can have bonding. Because when everybody laughs together, there's something that changes in the room. And then you can actually talk about things that you might not have talked about before. If everyone cries together or is even inspired together, we're all in the same space. And even if we're coming at it from different ears, we can look around and go, oh, wow. And then you can have a conversation. So if you want to have something and you're coming together and you're having an activity, say you have 20 people that are gathering and you want to talk about difficult things, you're not certain how to begin, you might begin with a story that may not be a personal story. It may just be a parable, a folk tale, a fairy tale. It may be a humorous story that you find, so that people have a chance using story to set the space as a place where people can be open with each other. I hope that makes sense when I say that.
We have to realize that story is such a powerful thing. Yes. We have to use it with great care, and so remember the bishop's story about riding away again with his leaving his lunch behind. The thing he said after it was, it's okay for you to be the fool in a story. And then I was reminding us that, it's okay to be confessional in a story, not arrogant. So if we want someone to walk in our shoes, we have to be sure we're not doing that in order to establish blame or in order to establish, arrogance. Because it would be very easy for somebody to say, I want you to come walk in my shoes so I can blame you. Mm-hmm. So I can blame you for your behavior because you're not like me. But remember, the bishop's story was about a day when he was a fool. And anytime we have a story about a day when we were a fool, a day when we were foolish, a time when we learned something, that's always a story that works. I can't tell you a story about a time you ought to learn something. No, I'm being arrogant if I do that. I can tell you a confessional story about a day when I was forced to discover something I would never have learned any other way. And then that story will bring us together. So the bridge building power is enormous, but we have to be great. We have to take great care as we do that to have real respect for each other.
And if we look back at, or look to, we shouldn't say back because it's still happening in many countries, probably needs to happen in ours. is when we look at reconciliation and truth and reconciliation, places that they have truly done this, it has been creating a body of people to listen, creating a body of people that can speak and they will be heard, and it's not being heard so that you can say you did this, it's being heard so you can go, yes, this happened in our country, this happened amongst our people, and so that you can be heard, and that helps the process of reconciliation. But truth needs to be spoken. Now, I think we do need to think about how, even as churches, we can be the facilitators of truth and reconciliation, which means hard stories are told on both sides, and they're not necessarily pretty stories, but when listened to, then we can actually begin to move towards the next step. But it means the stories have to be told challengingly. The stories have to be told, but then we have to create a space that's going to allow that to be listened to.
Summer before last, I was in South Africa and had an amazing time being there. And I was on Robben Island, where Mandela was imprisoned for those 17 years, and then longer after that. And the fascinating thing there in the prison on Robben Island, all of the guides were either former prisoners or former guards. So it was those two groups of people working together now to interpret the history of the place. Yeah. People who had been imprisoned there, working with people who had been guards there. And there was this enormous sense that kept growing, was that we prisoners and guards, we are alike because we came out of the same economic class. And the guards were saying, what we know now is we could have been in prison the next day. And the prisoners were saying it was the guards who often kept us alive. And so it was this beautiful bridge building thing. They could easily have been telling stories of blame, but see, that helps. That's of no help at all. It's the stories that are uplifting that build those bridges for us.
Yes, agreed.
I'm not the only one here, folks out there. If someone else wants to ask a question, just send me a note and I'll call on you, or raise your hand, or, Kevin Mulqueen took down his hand. If someone wants to put up a hand to ask a question, we got a little bit of time.
That, so Jerry, we're depending on
you. I will say that I did get a question here that says, isn't there a benefit from the safe exposure that storytelling allows? I imagine that so many people don't have the opportunity to know about the experience of the other. Could it be that for some people, story is the first time they've heard, seen, felt their experience of some people? Yeah. And I would say that's absolutely correct. There have been, particularly for me, I am often the only Black person in some place. I'm often brought in to speak the other story and to create an opportunity. I go to West Virginia, to Boone County, West Virginia. It's my most favorite place to go. I've been going for 15 years of my professional life. And I love Boone County. There are no African-American people in Boone County, West Virginia, okay? I'm just here to tell you, they import them in to work on the roads, and that's the only time you see them. When I go up there, I'll just tell you this quick story because I'm a storyteller. When I go up there, I go to the Asian restaurant that is there, Asian restaurant is there, and when I first walked in, they looked at me in West Virginia and said, "You're not from around here, are you?" So there are no Black people in that area. And I was first brought there so that I could actually help their students in elementary school. I visit every single elementary school except one in all of Boone County, to just have a person that they can say that they have met that is African American, that doesn't have just what they see on television, because the images on television weren't helping. And so now I've had literally kids that have graduated, and now their children are in the school, and their children are now meeting me, which is just astonishing to me. But it's fascinating to know that I'm able to do that. And because of that, I've often had, when I go to Boone County, people trust me enough to ask questions they may have never They wanted to ask, but never knew how to ask. When Barack Obama became president, they had lots of questions, and so we could ask those questions. As they just had curiosities and thought processes. So yes, I do think that storytelling is a safe way to introduce people to others, and hopefully open the door so that they will feel more comfortable when they meet others.
It's also something, Sheila, I'm aware of, that takes time. Yeah. That trust has to be built. You don't just go into Boone County one time. I love Boone County. I've worked there a lot in the past. And it takes multiple times to build that kind of trust. Every story that we have to tell, it's not appropriate to just tell the first time we meet somebody. That can be like a bombing or a crash of some kind. My first appointment in a church when I was the pastor there on my own, when I was still in seminary, was to the only African American church in Durham, North Carolina, Asbury Chapel. I would not tell you those stories until I've been with you for a while. I mean, no matter who you are, because those are stories of sensitivity. They're stories in which we would have to get to know one another some, so you would know, who is it who's telling me this story? What do I trust about them? What do I know about them, about who they are? So it's not hit and run storytelling. And that's why storytelling in church is so important, because you've got a consistent, ongoing group of people that you can do that work together over a very long, drawn out period of time. You could have a Sunday night, for example, in which you're going to just say, let's all come Sunday night and tell each other pet stories. Let's just share our pet stories. What's the first pet you ever had? And it could be kids and adults and everything. And then you gradually move along from there. What are the stories of the first jobs you had? And you then gradually move in a little more. One of my great friends, Dan Matthews, Dan's father, was the piano player for Billy Sunday on the Sawdust Revival Train. And he said his job was to play the piano and keep Ma Sunday away from the press. But he said they would go into a town and set up for 6 weeks. And the first 2 weeks were pure entertainment. It was pure singing songs for fun. It was telling stories, pure entertainment. The second 2 weeks, it began to get about halfway religious. And by only the 5th and 6th weeks did it become a revival. That he spent 4 weeks building trust in that community in a fun way, gradually moving till they could bore down and get serious about it. And so often what happens, in the church, after being a United Methodist pastor for 25 years, we would have one meeting and think we're going to settle something. When it takes a process of times, a long stretch of times, we didn't get to where we are in one meeting. And we don't come out of it with one story. So to set up a storytelling environment, a storytelling culture in church settings, that's a marvelous kind of thing to look at doing.
And Judith, you noted on here that you've done some biblical storytelling, and this is very different in very good ways. I will say this about biblical storytelling: we don't tell enough stories from the Bible. We tell the same stories from the Bible. We tell the same stories over and over again, but we don't tell a lot of stories from the Bible. And there was some research that was done. This is Southern Baptist research, so you just have to take it for what it comes, all right? But this research was, why were students leaving churches around middle school and then into high school, basically weren't there anymore? And what they found is the one commonality that was, between all the churches is that people stopped telling stories to kids once they got to about middle school. They started just assuming that they need to know theological practices and theological, oh goodness gracious, highfalutin, more words, highfalutin stuff, and it was time to go to Galatians, Philippians, and Colossians by then time. But what was happening is they stopped telling stories. And what they found is that if you kept telling stories to, older and older and older, people actually kept those stories inside of them and used them as a process to make decisions. But we only tell a few stories, and then we stop those stories, and then we explain every single story because we explain it away so that people don't. But we don't tell enough biblical stories, and we don't tell enough hard, difficult biblical stories. We don't tell the story of the judge whose name is gone from me for the moment, who ends up having his daughter sacrificed.
Yep.
We don't tell the stories of the Benjaminites kidnapping a bunch of women, and we don't tell the hard stories because those require for us to have harder conversations. We need to have those kind of stories being told so we can have harder conversations.
It's kind of like in families where we assume that the children know the story of the family genetically without telling them, telling
that's exactly
those stories.
Right.
We make the assumption that the people who come to church know the biblical story, and they don't. And unless I reread it and rehear it, I forget the ins and outs and all the dimensions of those stories that we think are so familiar to us. And so retelling those stories to see, we were people way back were much more familiar with the biblical story when they could not read the Bible.
Correct.
Because it had to be retold.
That's right.
For them to hang on to the story. So before it was translated, before it was written, when it had to be retold. Once something's written down, we think, oh, I'm going to read that if I need to look it up. Then we start to lose it. But when it's retold and retold and retold, that's when it truly stays alive.
It really does. It really does.
Catherine, you said you had something to share?
Sure. I guess I'm a theater person, my first profession, and then I do preach some. I'm a deacon, ordained deacon, so not on a weekly basis. But I had an experience in seminary, and I won't go into the details of it to protect the people involved, but it was a major learning experience for me. The difference between theater making and truth telling and storytelling and truth telling, because I did a parable sermon where I did some truth telling, and it rubbed some people in a major way the wrong way. In theater, it's important that I reveal that truth and tell the story without judging, without the I don't even think it's so much about the fourth wall. I think it's just like about how we story tell truth or our experience with very difficult conversations and topics. And theater is very different than in storytelling. And that's just something that I'm really thinking about a lot today, especially when I guess both of you kind of addressed, vulnerable, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, figuring that out, what is the forum. And so that's been very, very helpful.
A very interesting thing to me is that when people listen to a recording of mine and I'm not there, it's a totally different experience from when I'm present with them. When I'm not there and they're listening to recording, and to me, this is somewhat more like theater when they're doing that. I have no responsibility for their safety. But when I'm live, when I'm present with people, my first two responsibilities are not to the story. My first two responsibilities are, number one, is to maintaining the safety of the people who are there. And number two is to be sure that everyone is treated courteously. The story is number three, comes number three. And so if the story gets ahead of safety and courtesy, then I'm not doing my proper job in that setting. I can take that same story and write it in a book, and that's not my concern, because you're reading the book, that's your concern. I can record it, you can listen to it on the recording, that's not my concern, because that's now your concern. But when I'm present with you, it is a completely different event in terms of my personal responsibility to you. You have to be able to trust that I will take care of you no matter what, and that I will treat you with courtesy no matter what. And that's for me a huge and big thing.
I agree with that thoroughly. It's like telling a story and then not giving the ending. Like if I told you the story of my son, and then I just kind of let it hang at the end, and you weren't certain whether he was dead or alive or what happened, and you would be far more concerned about that.
You left an unsafe place.
I would, and that is very concerning. Siyun, Ray, you have a great question. Some of the Bible story are very short, yet tell us something important we need to know. Can you suggest how to tell these short stories to congregation using storytelling techniques? Now, I will tell you one of my things. I know that Donald may say something different, and that's good, because there's lots of different ways to do things. One of the things that we try not to do in storytelling is try not to tell you what what your learning is for the story. It really isn't the best story if I have to come back and say. So the moral of the story is, okay, that's the only thing. Aesop's Fables gets away with it, and they're the only ones that should get away with it. But pretty much we should not be telling people how to think about the story. So a story, one of the things that in this a course called Bible Telling by John Walsh, which is fantastic. And in this course by Bible Telling, one of the things he says in this is when you present a story from the Bible, the first thing you don't do is tell them how they're supposed to think about it. The first thing you do is then ask them, what did you see in this story? And the sermon, and what happens when you do that is sometimes people see something completely different than you expected from the story, particularly Bible stories. I think that's extraordinary. And I am far more of a person that even on Sunday, I want to have people talking to me. So sometimes I will say, and I don't do a whole lot of preaching on Sundays, but every now and then somebody calls me in to do something. And I tell them pretty much up front, I'm going to have you a part of this. So I'll tell a story, but I'll also say, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you hear? What did you see? And then that may help change where I'm going to go in regards to how I tell the rest of the story. But I start with, what did you see? What did you hear? And then I usually back into, well, one of the things I saw, and I'm not saying that everybody saw it, one of the things that I saw in this, one of the things I saw in this was this. But that acknowledges that everybody might see something different. And those short stories are great. I mean, short stories can be just short stories. I don't have a problem with short stories just being short stories. There's plenty, we can take a short story and talk about it for 30 minutes, or we can take a short story and we can share the story, share even a point if we want to, and then let the audience, let the congregation be able to walk home with with the opportunity to be able to also think what they see in the story. I don't think we need to beat as my daddy says, we don't need to beat every mule until the mule drops. So, your thoughts?
One of the things to think about biblical stories is that they're all family stories, which means that they came to life in the life of a family of people, and they were carried orally by that family. And what happens with family stories is over a time period when the story's told over and over and over and over again, the parts of the story that everybody already knows stop being told. So that, for example, if you're at if you're at a grandma's house on Thanksgiving, you don't have to describe grandma's house. That's where everybody is. And if you're grandma's house on Thanksgiving, you don't have to describe grandpa because he was there till last year and then he died. So what family stories gradually do is they devolve to plot summaries. And that's what we get with a lot of the shorter biblical stories. We get stories that, because through the generations, it never occurred to those people that two millennia later, we were going to want to know what be telling those stories. And so they again stopped telling us the parts that everybody knew. Well, the things that everybody knew about the stories were the places where they happened and the people who were in them. So when you pick up a biblical story, look up every noun in the story, because those are the clues to turning the story back into a visual picture. So you got the little story about Jesus and Zacchaeus in Jericho. Look up Jericho, look up sycamore tree, look up tax collector, look up all the nouns. And the nouns will give us building blocks for turning that story into a visual experience. Take that story about Jesus healing the man by the sheep pool in that first verses of the 5th chapter of John's Gospel. Look up sheep pool. Look up all the places where it happens. Look up leprosy. Look up every. Forget the verbs. The commentaries wrestle over verb tenses. No, it's the nouns that build the stories, that build the places. So we want to turn them from plot summaries back into whole stories. And remember, the whole story is not just one day the world turned upside down. The whole story is, where are we? Who's there? And what's everything like when it's all normal? And so look at that with those biblical stories and bring them back up into movies.
It's powerful. It's good. I remember you saying that once before and I'd forgotten that, so that's good. Good note again.
I think sometimes good preaching, takes a story and does that upside down and all. I remember going to hear William Sloane Coffin talk about the prodigal son, and the sermon was all about not the prodigal son, but the brother, and essentially how he reacted and all. And you sort of lose track of some people because they're not the focus of the story. But when you start looking at them as the focus of the story, you get a whole nother layer of interpretation.
And we have to remember also that the parables deliberately have the ends of the story left off. So for example, what was the prodigal son's family still happy a month later that he had come back home? Yeah. Did the Good Samaritan ever get paid back? And the reason that's there is because who's supposed to find the end of the story? We are. And so our job is to find the end of the story in our world. So that does put us on a very different and enlarged kind of track.
It looks like, Jerry, that Gwen has a question. At least her hand is raised.
Okay.
So I didn't know if she would like to unmute and ask a question.
Yeah, good. Gwen, you need to unmute.
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes, we hear you.
We hear you.
Okay. I get so excited with storytelling that I love to hear your not presentation, but your discussions happening. But I always have a question about how to put in details. And I'm sorry to use this word, but the best storytellers have all these wonderful details. And I've tried to put stories together. And sometimes the question is, what details do I put in? What details do I leave out? And how is whatever description I make in that story enhancing versus distracting? How do you make that judgment?
For me, that's something I can only do when I'm looking live people right in the face. If I'm taking them somewhere, if I'm taking them to my Aunt Esther's house, I have to keep describing little details. I have to keep telling you about how You could tell what she'd had to eat for the last 3 days because it was all down the front of her dress. Until you laugh. And the moment you laugh, you're saying to me, I see it. And I can let loose of that picture and then go on to the next one. But I can't do that in writing because you have no idea when you've done enough. That's why the script won't work. I can't say I'm going to tell this. I have to just keep building that story till I've gotten a nod or a smile or a laugh, because those nods and smiles and laughs again are not saying that's funny. They're saying, I see it. I see it. I see it. I got it. My aunt, I had an aunt just like that. And so for me, I have to do it live and on the go as we go.
And I think it's okay to have too many details when you first start, because when you do it again, you won't have as many details.
So people laugh.
Yeah,
stop,
and so when people are just looking at you and it's a blank face, and well, that didn't work. Okay, we won't do that one again. And then sometimes there are times though that I tell stories, and in those stories I don't have details on purpose so that they can create it in their own head. For instance, even what Donald said, it was all down the front of her. Now, each one of us is imagining what is on her, even though he didn't describe it, each one of us, I tell a story about a dog. His name is Old Jack. He protects the family that he's with. And nowhere in the story do I ever talk about how much hair he has on him, what kind of dog he is. I just say that he's a dog that has been with the family, that he goes out west and he noses up everything until he gets popped in the face with a porcupine. And nowhere do I describe this dog, but everybody in the world describes their own dog on that. And so when I do activities with kids, I'll say, what we're doing in a story is I'm making you see movies in your head, except I'm letting you create some of what the people in the movie look like. And then I'll say, so what kind of dog was Old Jack? And kids will raise their hand quick because they all know what the dog was. Definitely a golden retriever. Oh no, he was a German shepherd. Oh no, he wasn't. And then they go, oh, all of us saw the dog different. Are we allowed to do that? I remember a kid asked me, are we allowed to do that? I'm like, yes, that's exactly what you're allowed to do. And so sometimes I will keep just a little bit of distance, but a lot of times, if you put in extra things and extra words when you're beginning, you'll find out real quickly if you need that much information.
Thank you. Thank you.
When people come to you and all they ask about is, so you said it was green. Really, should the book have been green, or should the book have been blue? Then you're going, oh, I'm not putting that in my story next time because it got off track. I hope that helps.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is just an aside, but one of the greatest memories I have of my whole life of storytelling is I was telling stories in Beta Springs, Louisiana, in an elementary school, and I got to a place in the story where something really dramatic was about to happen, and this little girl all of a sudden went, "I can't look," and covered up her eyes. And I thought, that's exactly where we wanted to go.
Absolutely,
that's it, exactly.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but I certainly have. I'll go to a school and they'll say, oh, we're so glad you're back, Miss Sheila. You're going to read more stories to us. I'm like, I haven't read you a book yet. They're like, but yes, you have. And I'm like, no, I have not read you a single book. But because their minds are, if they see it in their head, it must have been read from a book. That's what they're thinking. And so, and then I'll question, they really have to think about it. She really not reading some book? Has she not really read some book? But if you want to, your part of storytelling is just telling the scenes that you see in your head, having those scenes come out of your mouth, go into their ears, go into their mind, come through their eyes, that they see the story. It's a verbal movie. It's a verbal movie. It's amazing what we can do. And people will think you read a story and you haven't done any of that.
So the magic hour has arrived.
Oh.
At the end of the day, we have our storytellers going to offer one more story, knock the ball out of the park. are in great anticipation. And I think Sheila, you go first, and you're up at bat first.
All right, that's good. Hold on 1 second. Okay, very good. So, and I think we have about 20 minutes. Is that correct?
Whatever. Yep. This is the end of the day. 20 minutes. 20 minutes is fine, but if you go a little bit longer, that's fine too. Just whatever you need.
All right. I'm actually going to tell you 2 stories. Oh, my microphone is doing weird things. And let's see if I can get it back on there. Is that better? Okay. So, I'm just going to stay there, but I'm going to tell you 2 stories. One is a follow-up for my son. So George Floyd was killed this summer. And that, of course, brought up all the thoughts and feelings of where my son, Christopher, had felt when he had a police officer stop him. My son did something I had never known him to do. He became an activist for a little while. Now, what that meant for him is that he actually went on some marches. That's not what my son has usually done. He's pretty low key. He's pretty educated and informed about politics and injustices and such, but very low key. Does a lot of talking, not a lot of doing. The next thing I know, my son is up in a big march over in Washington, D.C., and then goes to a smaller march in Virginia Beach. He comes to the house and he tells me after he's marched that he's gone to the march. You probably have already figured out why he told me after he went to the march that he went to the march, because he knew that his mother was going to do exactly what I did when he told me he'd already gone. Why did you go to the march? Don't you know you need to be careful? This is not the time. You have to be. And he said, Mom, I needed to go. I needed to be there. And I had to acknowledge that he was fine. He told me when he got there that he really did listen to what people were doing and what they're saying. And that he also noted that there were young men that were coming, both Black and white, and they were young men and they were about to be up to no good. Now, at 35 years of age, it was surprising to hear my son talk about others being up to no good. But I realized he's actually a man now. He's not just my little boy or even my young man. And he said, I saw that they were coming and I knew by the backpacks they had on them, some of them with bats sticking out, others that were clinking with glass inside. I knew they were not going to do good. So when they were kind of beginning to shut down the protests and the talks and such, me and my crew, we got in the car and left. I looked at my son and I said, son, I'm glad you went. Worried, yes. But now you have another job. You can no longer go as someone who's just a young guy. You have to now go and be one of the OGs, one of the old guys. It's now up to you to look at those who are about to walk into trouble and take them aside and help save their lives. My son heard that, thought about it for a moment, and said, all right, you're right, it's time for me to speak up. And then he looked at me and he said, Mom, you know that talk that you've had? That talk you had with me has taught me that I'm not supposed to speak up, that I don't have a voice. I looked at my son truly horrified. Chris, that wasn't what I was trying to tell you. I wasn't saying, Mom, I know, I'm not angry at you. I'm also going to be telling the same talk to my own son. But that talk has stolen my voice. And I heard him, but I heard a story. The story is called The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. See, she just wanted to be able to walk and see if she could fall in love and see if she could be a human for a while and to use legs and see if who she loved might love her back. She wanted a chance to have the right and the freedom to be able to love who she loved. But in order for that to happen, she would have to go around all the rules. And she would go to someone, and that someone would say, "Give me your voice in order to be able to walk free." And in Hans Christian Andersen, he writes that the little mermaid looks at the sea witch and says, "If I don't have my voice, then what do I have?" I looked at my son. That talk had taken away his voice. What did he have? And that's why I continue to tell his stories and continue to put these out there. Because one day I want there to be a world where sons, daughters of all colors can have the right to have a voice and be able to walk free. So that's story number one. Call that The Voice. And amen. Story number two. She walked into the church holding on to her daughter's arm on one side and with her pocketbook in her arm on the other. Her lip was thin together, and she was in the face very stern, high cheekbones. Her makeup was, well, she used that foundation that kind of sort of turned your skin not quite the color you want it to be. It was a little off-putting. And then her hair was that blue-gray that had been in the same position for as long as anyone had ever known her. And when Miss Luella Chamberlain walked up to the church, she was straight-backed, tight-lipped, and upset. She didn't speak to anybody on left and right, including her daughter, and was moving her daughter, who was a young lady already with 4 of her own children, moving her daughter in quick. She walked in through the doors, didn't speak to anybody, went straight to her pew, the one they had sat in when their family, the Chamberlain family, had begun that church, well over 100 years, or something like that. And in this year of 1944, there will be no changes. She walked straight to her pew. You see, whenever they'd had a visitor before, someone from another church that would come, they would often put that visitor on the pew with Miss Luella Chamberlain. She would give them their blessing. It was a moment. She always felt prized to have the new preacher or the visiting preacher come or the visiting singer come and sit on her pew with her. But she walked in that day determined that there better not be that person sitting in her pew. And when she got there, she audibly sighed. There was no person sitting in her pew. She sat down and a smile creeped on her face. If that young whippersnapper of a preacher thought he was going to bring some wrong people into her church, he had another thing going. She had given him a piece of her mind at the meeting they had earlier that week, when he announced that he was going to bring a singer to their church and then announced that she was a colored woman. There would be none of that. They had had this church long enough, and they had never had a Black space go anywhere close to the front of the church. They weren't opposed to Black people. Colored people had their own church down the street, and they could just go there. They even gave money to the colored people down the street to help them with their building. So she was pleased sitting there. Her daughter had also walked in, less severe in face. She had the look of a mother that gathered her children around her. She was warm. But she knew that her mother was angry to keep tradition. She too had spoken to the preacher. And although her mother had not wanted to come to church that day, her mother came after some great persuasion. The whole church was rather quiet at the beginning because they were looking for the colored person to be somewhere. But there was none. So they began to relax. They had prayer, and they sang the song, "We are one in the Spirit, we are one in the Lord." That was a good song. Because we all are one, they looked around at each other. Then came responsive reading. It was something along the lines of, they will know you are Christians by your love, from John. Most of the church knew the pastor was trying to make a point. So they just read along. There was another prayer, and the prayers of the people were put out. And then it was the anthem. They were ready for one of the ladies in the church to walk up to the front, since the choir hadn't gone in today, that one of the ladies would walk up to the church and sing the anthem for that day. And so they were all prepared to sit front and see who was going to sing that day. And then they heard it. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. All heads turned, bodies turned, children climbed over the back of the pews, and they looked up into the back of the church and up where nobody even sat anymore. There she stood. Short woman, 4'11", but a voice. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. The silence in the church was one of awe. But Miss Luella Chamberlain turned once and then back to the forward, back to looking forward. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. She paused to take a breath, and in that breath there was a child that said, "Mommy, she can sing." The mother tried to quiet it, and she went to the next verse. By this time, people had inadvertently begun to stand all over. By the third verse, they were joining in with her. The fourth verse. When we've been there 10,000 years. On that line, right there, Miss Luella, who had been facing forward, her back stiffened. She played that line over in her head again and again. She didn't even hear the singing anymore. She played that line, when we've been here 10,000 years. For the first time in her life, she had a thought. Maybe in heaven, we would include some people that weren't included in her church. Bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. When we first begun. And then the congregation burst out into amens. And in that congregation that very rarely clapped their hands, they could not stop. And then Miss Rosa Page Welch, the Disciples Church of Christ, who had entered many a church in the South as the first Black to ever come, sat back down. The preacher went up to begin to speak. Miss Luella could not even focus. We, after the minister finished speaking, Rosa got up and sang another song. And then she was escorted downstairs to be able to say goodbye to people as they left the church. Miss Luella Chamberlain was the last to leave, holding on to her daughter's arm. She walked slowly, her back not straight, her lips not tight. When she finally got to Rosa, she lifted a gloved hand and the other and took Rosa's hand in her own. She let her hand go. It was as close as she could get right then, but it was close enough. That is the fictionalized story about Rosa Page Welch and the work that she did in opening up many a door in that actual church where Miss Chamberlain was. The reality is, it would not be the last time that Rosa came, nor would it be the last time that Luella Chamberlain would hold Rosa's hands. Thank you.
We've had a wonderful day together. Thanks to all of you for being with us and allowing us to spend our day with you. It was 1973. I had finished seminary and served one full appointment, and I was being appointed to a new church. I was being sent to be the parish director in Cherokee County in Western North Carolina. Cherokee County, that last little county in the tail end of Western North Carolina before our state disappears between Tennessee and Georgia. I'd been told that there was trouble with the previous minister and that I should not go up there ahead of time to check things out. I should just stay out of sight and then show up on moving day. And so on moving day, I was going about 5 hours from where I'd been serving for the past years. Here we went. My wife was driving the car along with our 1-year-old only child. I was driving a 27-foot U-Haul truck with everything that we owned. And here we went up into the mountains, past Asheville, on west, down into the valley of Cherokee County, into the little town of Andrews, where we were going to be living, as it turned out, for the next 5 years. And for the first time ever, we saw the parsonage where we were going to live. It had been built in 1959, that split level era, built out of blonde brick with turquoise wooden trim, but not a split level house. No, a tri-level house, 3 levels coming down the hillside. And as soon as I looked at that house with the garage and basement on the bottom level, then another level, and then a top level that apparently was the living room level, the only thing I could think of was in the back of that truck, about an 800-pound inherited through the family upright grand piano. Well, I decided the thing to do was to turn the truck around back into the bottom level where the garage was, open the garage door, we'd get the truck all unloaded so I could take the truck back and not have to pay for an extra day of rental on the truck. And then maybe through the coming years, somehow all those things on that bottom floor would gradually take themselves upstairs. Well, the unloading was done, and about that time, here came the first curious neighbor to meet the new preacher. Across through our backyard from the house just behind us, he was tall. He was about 6'4", probably about 20 years old, freckles, and not red, but carrot orange hair. I met the first neighbor, Joe Wheeler. I found out right off as we began to talk that Joe was a student at Western Carolina University, where he was living at home with his mother and commuting about 50 miles back and forth to school so he could still live at home with her. He was between his second and third year in college, majoring in social work. As I looked at Joe, big and broad and tall and young and strong, I began to have some little thoughts about that piano. But then I thought, no, you're just meeting. Don't start off like that. And then about that time, here came another one. He was as tall as Joe, a bit younger than Joe, but he didn't have the freckles, and instead of orange hair, he just had brown hair. It was Joe's little brother, Jack. I met with Jack. Jack was just starting his college career at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. But as I talked to those two big, strong guys, they were sweet and nice and friendly. I just couldn't stand it anymore. I said, hey guys, I hate to just ask you this when we've just met, but see this piano? This piano it has little wheels on it. It needs to go out to the street and up the street and then in the sidewalk and then in the living room. Do you think you could possibly help me try to move this piano? And Joe said, I'll go get Mama. And he turned and disappeared across the yard. And in about 5 minutes, here he came back with Mama Ruth, a lesson in genetic consistency. Mama Ruth looked at the three of us and she looked at that piano and she said, the three of you get that end and I'll get this end. And she grabbed her end and picked it up while we were still figuring out how to get hold of ours. We started moving the piano. We got about halfway up to where we were going. We tried to put our end down and rest. She said, don't stop now. We've got her moving, boys. And we kept on till we had that piano in the living room where it never moved for the next 5 years. And that's the way I met the Wheelers, our wonderful, wonderful backdoor neighbors. Well, you know, as you live really close to somebody, you gradually begin to learn their story. And I gradually learned that there was a daughter. She was grown up and gone off into her own life, Maxine. And then there was an older son, Gwen, G-U-I-N-N, his mother's maiden name. Gwen was also grown up and gone. It was Jack and Joe who were the ones who were really still at home. And then gradually I learned the whole story of the family. I gradually learned about Ruth's husband, the children's father, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler had been an alcoholic meat cutter at the local grocery store. And one day when Jack, the youngest child, was 8 years old, he didn't come home from work. And when a little bit of time passed, Ruth walked down to the grocery store that by now was closed and locked up. And when she got there and made her way into the back, a way she knew how to get in, she told me later she already had an idea what she was going to find. Instead of coming home, her husband had committed suicide there in the meat market after everyone else had left, leaving her a single mother who had never worked outside the home. She had had her hands full raising 4 children, who had never had a house that belonged to them, that always just lived in rental spaces, to raise these 4 children alone and somehow make it through the world. But that wasn't the end of the story. The story went on. Ruth got a job at Baker Furniture, where she was trained to carve beautiful headboards on pieces of Baker furniture, the likes of which she would never own in her lifetime. She built a house, their first house that belonged to them, and paid for it. She raised those 4 children and sent 3 of the 4 to college without any help from anybody else. One day we were talking and I said, Ruth, I know your story now. You know that I know it. She said, of course you do. Everybody in town knows it. I said, how in the world did you manage to do all that stuff all by yourself for all those years? She looked at me and she said, did it all on one day. And I was ready for the story to come out. She said, when I came back up from the store that day and knew what happened and realized what it meant, I knew if we were going to make it as a family, we were going to have to be a family that knew how to vote. And then she left me standing there like I needed to wait for something, and she disappeared into her house, only to come back out in about 5 minutes with a folded piece of 8 by 10 paper. It was still folded, and it looked like it had been folded and unfolded so many times and handled so much, it was greasy around the edges and almost worn through at the folds. She unfolded that paper and she showed it to me, and on it in her hand was written 4 pairs of words. It said, rich or poor, sick or well, happy or sad, live or die. She said every morning from that day on, when I gathered the children around the breakfast table, we pulled out this ballot and we read off our choices, and then we voted on what kind of day we were going to have. And you know, once you vote on it, you make the day what you expect it to be. Well, the boys had a little different story to tell me. They told me that she raised them using a large Arm & Hammer soda box. You know the picture on that soda box of the arm with the hammer? She told them that was her arm on the soda box. And they told me that every morning they'd have breakfast and she'd get out the soda box and she'd put it on the cabinet in the kitchen, and she'd say, now, boys, remember that's my arm on that soda box. When you come home this afternoon, do your homework, clean the house, and fix supper. Joe said, I tried to run from her once, and that was all. They were marvelous neighbors. Ruth and I gradually began to garden together, plowing our gardens together right across the property line in the back. So we just both had everything going, rows from one end to the other. Jack left and went back down to Chapel Hill at the end of the summer when school started that first year. Joe was at our house half the time because he was living over there with his mama, going back and forth to school over at Western Carolina. As the next years passed, a couple of things happened. First of all, we had 2 more little boys. And Joe graduated from Western Carolina and got a job with social services right there in Cherokee County, where he could still live with Mama Ruth. He was a wonderful social worker. He was a caseworker with the elderly. Wonderful, wonderful at that job. Big as he was going out and taking care of all those old people. But he couldn't quite keep the rules. He couldn't keep from giving his elderly clients his home telephone number. And sometimes way in the night, usually when the weather was horrible, at 2 or 3 in the morning, I would hear this little car starting, roar, roar, roar. Look out our window where I could see into the Wheeler's carport, and Joe's little orange Fiesta was starting up, where he was backing out the driveway, going out in the night to take care of somebody who was maybe sick, or maybe drunk, or maybe lonesome, or who knows what else. He took care of everybody. Now, back when we had first moved there, one day Joe came over to the house and he said, you know, we only live 19 miles from the John Campbell Folk School. I knew that. That was over on the other end of the county, part of my parish. The folk school, founded in 1925 as a Danish-style folk school for adult learning. If you get 5 people who wanted to learn anything, they would come up with a teacher and teach a class. Joe said, you know, over at the folk school, every Saturday night, there's a big community dance. And they also have a dance class every Wednesday night. You know, Mama could come over here and take care of the baby. That's when we just had one. And we could go over there on Saturday night and go to the dance. We made the plan. That Saturday night, he and Mama Ruth came over to our house. She had decided, instead of babysitting and staying at home, she would just bring the baby with all of us and she'd take care of it while we danced. And after that night, we went to the folk school dance every Saturday night, and we went to the dance class on Wednesdays as well. It was an amazing thing. We get there on Saturday night, the dance caller would get up and say, everybody take a partner and make a big circle, take hands in a big circle. And in the 1970s, that meant men ask a woman to dance and join hands in a big circle. When that announcement was made, the young men would jump up and they would knock each other down, running for the woman they wanted to be their partner. Joe would just sit there. And when everybody had a partner, everybody who had been asked had a partner, then he would get up, walk slowly across the room, and ask the person least likely to be ever asked if they would like to dance with him. And he was so big, he could swing partners off the floor who hadn't left the ground since childhood. After Joe set that pattern, everyone danced. Well, he was a wonderful friend. One time he saved my life. When we moved into that house, we had noticed right off there was a beautiful brick fireplace in the living room. And I said to Mama Ruth, I said, do you know if this fireplace works? She said, well, I'm sure it does, because the people who used to live here, smoke would come out the chimney. And that October, as soon as the first cold day came, I built a big fire in that fireplace in the living room, and every bit of smoke came right out in the living room. And I ran outside and looked up, I hadn't noticed there was a cap on top of the chimney with a brick on it to keep the chimney swifts out of the chimney in the summertime. Well, there was an open brick trellis built right up beside that front door. I climbed up that trellis like a monkey, went right up on top of the house, got rid of the brick, threw the cover off, and now the smoke came up the chimney. Everything was fine, but now I couldn't get down off the top of the house. In fact, I couldn't figure out how I got up there to start with. I went over and looked off the edge where I climbed up. I thought, nobody can come up that way. There's no possible way to go down that way. I spent the whole afternoon sitting on the housetop, watching people drive past and waving to the preacher sitting on top of the house as they went home from work. Nobody offering to stop and see what was going on. Finally, Joe got home. Here he came through the yard. He said, "What are you doing up there?" I said, "Shut up. Just go get a ladder and get me down off it." Joe couldn't find a ladder. So finally he got the 3-step step stool out of his mama's kitchen and came walking over to the house with that step stool up on his shoulders over his head. He got down to the lowest corner of the house and he said, "Slide off the roof and I'll catch you." There was no choice, and we did it. And we never told anybody about that great adventure. By that time, we had 3 little boys, and those little boys loved Joe so dearly. He would come over into our yard. They would all run to meet him. He would pick up Jonathan, a baby. He'd put Jonathan on his shoulders, and Jonathan would get a double handful of orange hair. Douglas and Kelly would grab him by each hand. They'd say, "Let's play merry-go-round, let's play merry-go-round." And they would start running in a circle while he was spinning around, spinning around, spinning around, till they were flying off the ground, round and round and round and round and round, till they were all so drunk they just fell on the ground, rolling over, saying, "Do it again, do it again, do it again." They all loved Joe. He came over one day and he said, "You know, over at the folk school, Jack Hall, a marvelous wood carver who has carvings in the Smithsonian. Jack Hall's teaching a new wood carving class. It's about carving wooden animals." Joe said, "I've always wanted to do that. Why don't we go there and take that class?" And we went over and paid our money and signed up, and we took the first night's class. And in just that one night, Joe and I discovered that we were so talented. We could, even that first night, carve fingers. Yep, we decided we didn't need to go back to that class. But we gained an immense appreciation of people who have the talent to do that kind of wood carving. After that, Joe began to save little bits of money from his job. And he would go over, when he saved a little money, to the gift shop at the folk school, and he started buying pairs of wooden animals. He bought a little pair of goats, and then a little pair of sheep, and then a little pair of bears, and then a little pair of horses. And then one day he got me to help him build what he had designed as a huge Noah's Ark. And Noah's Ark, complete with a ramp for the animals to walk up, now occupied the coffee table in his mother's living room. And one pair of animals at a time, he continued to collect and collect and collect till they overflowed the table and were all over the living room. All those beautiful little pairs of carved wooden animals making their way to Noah's Ark. There was only one time when I was afraid maybe I had endangered our friendship. It was a Christmas Eve, and that year Santa Claus was bringing our 3 boys a big swing set for Christmas. Santa Claus had not put the swing set together. The swing set was hidden down in the basement in the disguise of pipes, parts, and pieces, with directions that were printed in Japanese on one side of the page and Chinese on the other side of the page, I think. Joe came over to the house and he said, "Does Santa Claus need any help?" I said, "Santa Claus sure does." And that night, when the temperature was below freezing there in the North Carolina mountains, he stuck with it with me outside until, with almost frostbit fingers, we had the whole swing set put together. He was always the best friend you could have. Mama Ruth was always the best neighbor you could have. They were truly part of our family. One night we were at the folk school at the dance on Saturday night. And when it was all over, Joe gathered everybody together. He said, totally by surprise to us, he said, everybody, this is my last night to be here. He said, I've quit my job. I'm moving to Atlanta. Remember, it was the 1970s. And there were lots of things we didn't talk about. But all of us knew that for some time now, Joe had been struggling to find Joe. And we didn't ask any questions. We knew that's why he was going to Atlanta, to find Joe. And by the next week, I was afraid I'd lost a dear friend. I would see Mama Ruth in the backyard. We would meet to work in the garden. I'd say, Ruth, how's Joe? What do you hear from him? She'd say, oh, he's doing fine. He's got a good job. He's a banker. I said, really? He's a banker? She said, yes. He works at night. He opens people's visa payments and punches a machine. He's a banker. That's how mamas tell the story now, isn't it? Well, about a year later, the bishop moved us on to another appointment. And you know, no matter how much you think you're going to keep up with friends, gradually, the memories begin to fade. Years later, I retired in order to travel and tell stories full time. And that very year that I retired, the first year that I was on the road, Christmas came and I was opening a stack of Christmas cards. And I came to a card. It had no return address. A lot of those Christmas cards, you know, have no return addresses on them. And as I opened the card and pulled it out and opened it, it was from Joe. It said, Dear Donald, I'm so glad to learn that you are finally getting to tell all your stories to the whole world. Joe. And I knew even though I couldn't see him, he was still watching me. I kept traveling. One night I was performing in Ventura, California on the campus of Ventura College. When the performance was over, everybody in the audience was leaving, but one person was coming down the aisle from the back toward the front, a tall, big person. And as it got closer and closer, it was Joe's little brother, Jack. He too had majored in social work, and now he lived in Ventura, and he was a caseworker with children in the court system in Ventura County. And from then on, every time I was anywhere on that part of the California coast, Jack would find out about it and be right there in the audience. The Wheelers were with us forever. It was a few years later, I got home from a long trip, was going through the accumulated mail, and there on the top was an envelope, and in the corner it had a Wheeler return address from Atlanta, Georgia. I quickly stopped with the other mail and opened that one and pulled out a letter to me from Joe's brother, Jack. It said, Dear Donald, my brother Joe is dying. He has AIDS. He now has lesions in his brain and he can no longer communicate with people. He made a list of people early on, and when he got to this stage, he wanted me to write to all the people on the list he had given me and tell them what was happening to him, and you're very close to the top of that list. Signed, Jack, with a phone number. I immediately picked up the phone and called. I said, Jack, why didn't you let me know so I could come and see him? He said, oh, no. That was Joe's plan. You see, he didn't want anybody to try to think that they had to come see him and maybe say things they didn't really believe. It was the 1970s, remember? And Joe was taking care of us, even in his own dying. I said, tell me about Mama Ruth. He said, well, she's right here. I said, let me speak to her. As soon as she answered the phone, I said, Mama Ruth, it must be pretty bad if you're already there. And all of a sudden she said, don't you remember anything? We're a family who knows how to vote. The day we knew Joe was sick, I went ahead and took retirement from Baker Furniture. Jack took a year-long leave from his job in Ventura. Maxine's already retired. And Gwen does whatever he wants to anyway. And we all came and we all moved in together with Joe so that every single day we could vote for life as long as that's possible. And then we said goodbye. Not 2 weeks later, Jack called to tell me that Joe had died. And I knew now I'd lost a friend for real. I thought. But wait a minute. Remember all those little carved wooden animals Joe had collected? Well, Jack ended up with them. And what he decided to do was to take that same list of people Joe had made who were to receive letters and divide those animals up and mail animals out to as many of Joe's friends that they could reach to. So we would all have something his hand had touched, something his breath had kissed, and we could always remember. And by the end of that week, a little package came to me in the mail. And as I opened it up, I began to unwrap the little carved wooden animal I somehow know Joe himself must have picked just for me. Carved, balanced on its front feet with its back feet in the air, a little kicking wooden jackass. And in the bottom of that box, Joe's business card, showing me that when he died at age 44, he was a vice president of the trust company bank. I took that little card and I turned it over and I wrote 4 pairs of words on the back. I wrote, rich or poor, happy or sad, sick or well, live or die. It is better than a Monopoly get out of jail free card. I keep it by the desk with that little box until one of those days comes along. You know the kind of day when you forgot to vote and it just seems like everything's going downhill. And all of a sudden I hear Mama Ruth's voice and I turn that little card over and I am once again amazed that our Creator has placed us in a world in which even someone who is no longer living has the power to keep the rest of us alive. Thanks to all of you so much for sharing this day. Sheila and I have had a most wonderful time.
Thank you, Donald.
Thank you, Donald.
Thank you, Sheila. And thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, everyone, and good
Thank
evening.
you. Sorry, it was beautiful.
Oh, that was fun.
You didn't lose anything.
This time of day, it was very nice. Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Originally.
No. That was just fun. That moment we're good. Yeah.
Davis has been, because it's not just been this, it's been out there as well, and we've been away from that, and now we're stepping into that.
So we'll grab Mike.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
This is why. Got help over here.
Okay.
Put that down. That's why I got pulled.
Got
Are we backing out?
yeah, we're done. Oh, because then,